Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, May the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, TSLA and William. And I'm sure Pepe is going to let me know soon in our YouTube room. Thank you very much, Pepe. Okay, guys. So yesterday, somebody mentioned QUCY, asked me about it. It was wasn't pre-market. I don't think it was pre-market. It might have been the pre-market. They had some news and all that, and it was about a 50-cent stock. Who was that person? Because that was a heck of a heck of a look. I actually ended up trading QC a little bit later on, when I was out of the room. Got over $1. And this looks interesting right now also. I mean, it's above the high of yesterday now, of the close of yesterday. I was actually toying with the idea of holding a little bit, but I didn't do it. But anyway, there's the QUCY. And again, they did have some news. This was the news yesterday about securing exclusive autonomous drone license, the German stock. And man, I don't know if you're in the room, good spot. It wasn't. I don't think it was Monica. I mean, she may have mentioned it, but I don't think it was Monica. It was early. It was when the stock was around 50 cents. Might have been her. I don't think it was though. It was somebody else. Hermes, was that you? Anyway, so here's another one, guys. We're certainly in this sort of a little mini market here with all these crazy little ones coming out of the woodwork. There's another Singaporean stock, low float. And we're talking about the YOOV, low float, 1.5 million in the float. Had some news, winning a Singapore security contracts worth $10 million. So there is news on this one, low float. Yesterday, I mean, this was again, 60. Closed down here at 65 cents. No inkling that this was going to be happening today. So anyway, here is the YOOV. And let's see if it got up to $1.90 or so. I have a price alert set, I think, just over the view app, just in case it pops through that. There are no exit conditions whatsoever, Frito-Lay. The only exit condition is if it hits a stop. Okay. No, I would never let something run to the end of the day. I mean, you have to manage the exits. You have to manage the trade. I mean, you wouldn't want, let's pretend that YOOV was one of the ones that was picked. Okay. And it ran. And then by the end of the day, it's falling. You're certainly not going to let it run to the end of the day to get out. So there are no exit conditions. Okay. The only exit condition is the stop. That's the only time. But there are no targets. Well, the stop is generated here. It's not exactly the same as the smart stop that you see on the chart, but the stop is once there's some alerts this morning, you're going to see the stop price. How it's generated, it's a proprietary thing, so I can't tell you exactly how it's generated. A lot of times you might want to take a look to see where the stop is, and maybe it's the low of the day. Maybe it looks like there's some support area. It's static. The stop is a stop all day. Yes. Yeah. Again, you don't have to follow. I mean, obviously, I mean, if the stock is working or the trade's working, your personal stop managing the trade is going to keep moving higher and higher. So now what an amazing one this has been. This Antelope, AEHL, only 5 days ago. This was a 53-cent stock. It hit $6.29 in the pre-market. Pretty amazing stuff, guys. Another China stock, 2 million in the float. And here is another one. Is this China? No, this is not China. This is the United, yeah, UAE, a UAE stock. And it has been on a run also. I mean, another one. It's almost like the antelope, 56 cents. Well, of course, yeah, you're seeing the ones that have really worked. Yes, relay for sure. I did see that. I did see that, Obi. You're talking about the TDIC yesterday. This is one that we at Interactive Brokers anyway. We could not trade. So I. But you're right. Just nonsense. Nonsense. So this one that was a big runner, of course, the last 2 days, STAK, big run to the last 2 days. Both days closing near the high of the day, just getting thumped now. I wonder if they're doing a financing. Funds is nearly 39% after hours, despite revenue growth. All right. I don't know. We don't have it as an earnings play, but I don't really know if really. I don't really look at the long term Holly that much, so I can't really comment on it. Of course, it's going to show you the ones that are. You also should look at the ones that are perhaps not in the money, but it's obviously just going to look at the ones that are in the money that are above the original alert price. Well, guys, is QUCY. It's I mean, it's a low float. It's not the crazy low float like the other ones, but it's already traded 35 million, 12 million in the float. I don't think it's like that. It's not a hard and fast rule that the loss is 3%. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. If you're late. Okay, well, if that's what it shows, again, I don't really look at it. So, but if that's what it shows, okay. Once we get when I get an alert here, I'm gonna see where. So what you're suggesting is that the stop is always 3% below the entry. I mean, I don't think that's the case, but again, I may be wrong. Well, well, I'll tell you what. Let's just look at one yesterday. Well, it's not showing me the stop price. Just give me a moment. Well, I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. It's hard for me to believe that it's just a standard 3%, but Okay, Ben, I see what you posted there. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:10. So let's take a look at the sectors, see what's happening in the sectors. So the market's in for a little bit of a bump. Okay. So XRT, interesting. Retail, it's early. Retail is the top sector right now. And the worst one is silver down here. Silver. Give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, so I have to take off. Hopefully, I'll be right back at the 9:30 open. Okay, but I do have to take off. I'll put my announcement up here. Hopefully, be back by the 9:30 open. Okay. Okay, guys. So the QUCY is getting back up to the almost to the pre-market highs. It's not showing up here because it's not up. It's not up at least 45%. Yeah, just sneaking underneath. So there's the pre-market high, guys, $1.99. It takes that out. Where No, that's right. So this is not an IPO. I think it's a symbol name change. Okay, I think they was some other symbol, and they changed the symbol. Though it does say the position in the lifetime range is it's in the upper end of it, but hmm. So the QUCY and this one, the YOOV, couple of the ones I'm really kind of following right now. Want to see if this YO because this is kind of a new entry into this call it the nonsense. Okay, 60 cents yesterday. We've seen some of these that have just ripped over a few days. I'm certainly not saying this is going to happen with the YOOV, but and they did have some news. Okay, at least there is some news you can point to. Okay, guys, we've no jumped the gun. I thought it was 9:29. I hear the conversation about the AI. I just use it like a watch list. That's all I use it for. I don't, the fact that you get there is an alert price means, and there's a stop price, but I just use it like a watch list. Or the QUCY getting very close to the high here, guys. I got to put a price alert 212. I got to do it. All right, we've got about 40 seconds to the open, the 9:30 open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, so I may make a mistake. I may make a modification to that if I take the QUCY. Did we put a update to the program overnight? Not that I'm aware of. 8.99 or in a YouTube room. Okay, get rid of these. Okay, guys, we are now open. But the QUCY just sitting right at that 2 level. Your scanners and filters are. How about now? Okay, now that the 9:30 open, was it like that yesterday? 8.99, or is this something today? Okay, guys, I'm getting very interested in this QUCY. The longer it holds over 2, ideally for me, it would probably come back down a little underneath 2 and hang around there. Give me my 15 minutes. Okay, guys. I had a weird message that came up in Interactive Brokers. I almost thought it was going to prevent me from trading it, but I'm just still kind of waiting on it to see if it gets back now over two. Now that's what I was kind of hoping would happen, but maybe not quite as dramatically. But I'll put my price alert again over two. Okay, so it's possible then 8.99. You know, make sure check your relative volume filter. Okay, make sure you don't have that active at all. Happened to somebody else because that's typically the reason. You have to check your top list or whatever. Right click on it and check to see if you have the relative volume filter there, and if it said anything in it, even zero. Well, okay, UVYOOV went the other way. Okay, went the other way. So this may not have the big pop. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting on this QUCY. See if it does pop back over two again. Saw this one yesterday. Was this an earnings play? This was an earnings play yesterday. Yeah, reaction to earnings was yesterday for KRMN, and it is little bit of a continuation now. So 8.99. Remember, if you have got the relative volume filter active in any scan and you're trying to run it in the pre-market, it's not going to work. Yeah. So the AIIO, I mean, it's dropping down below the VWAP now. So, but do me a favor because somebody had a similar problem in the pre-market in the other room, in the main room, and they discovered that their relative volume filter had zero as they're in the min. Just indulge me, okay? Check your like whatever the top list is. Just check it. Right click on it, configure, and see if the relative volume filter is in it. Okay. See, like right there, this is the current volume, the relative volume. It says 1.1. Just check it, just to see if there's any sort of a number there. Okay. As long as it's one, as long as it's one. Okay, the relative volume filter, you can have one in there. It's sort of a default. Oh, it is set at one. Okay. Well, then I have no answer for you. 8.99. If it is set at one, because one will work. Now, Obi, are you trying to say that you had the relative volume filter in a number other than one? Well, here's an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, ALMU is an earnings play, and it's getting hit hard. 27% down now on earnings. You did tell me to, or somebody told me. I guess it was you. Watch links, LNKS. Okay, right into the VWAP. By the way, my wave is all fixed for today. Remember, I couldn't have the wave yesterday in my charts, some server I was on, but we're all good to go now. You know, AEHL, yeah, it's been on an amazing run, but it's been a miserable, in my opinion, intraday trader. It looks great at the end. I mean, here's a 48-cent stock 5 days ago. Gets up to 528, so a 10 bagger right there. I really thought the UV might do it. YOOV. It's kind of a new entry into this low float mania, but nope. Okay. Mute me, Pepe. So here's CELH. CELH just absolutely popping here for some reason. It's not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 7th. Okay, so a week ago. And it is just popping here now. Don't see any reason for it. Okay, now QUCY is starting to come back a bit here, guys. I still have semi faith in it that it might get back over two and have a bit of a run, maybe. They had some news this morning. I don't know who this guy is, but they've appointed Peter O'Rourke Sr. to the board of directors, and they had the news yesterday. Well, let's take a look at some of these halts now. I haven't had a chance to look at that. No, that's halted on that's a price alert I had on the way down. Okay, well, it's not going in the direction I was hoping, but not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. Okay, here's. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys. Well, the spy's on a mission here. Spy's on a bit of a mission. Okay, guys. 9:42. Just waiting another 3 minutes or so. See if I get anything. ONDS is an earnings play. Yeah, somebody mentioned that. ONDS been a little bit choppy though to start. Yeah, MOBX now over. This is not an earnings play. It has earnings coming up next week. MOBX. I think they had some news. MOBX to acquire U.S. Defense Rare Earth Critical Minerals Company. Okay, not naming it, but it doesn't appear to be naming it anyway. Well, guys, that's why I wait. Look at the QUCY now. That's why exactly why I wait. I know I was kind of anticipating I might take out two. It briefly took it out. I said what I'd like to see it do is get down below two, maybe base a little bit, and then pop. And look what happened. It didn't do it. So now maybe later on in the day, maybe it'll get back up to the two level. Maybe. Ugh, look at this US. Oh, this is an earnings play. Okay. USAR is an earnings play. Interesting. Wedbush reiterates an outperform with a $35 price target. They're trying to pump this thing up, but it is an earnings play, USAR. Boy, CELA, something put a like a charge into this, guys. Seriously. I mean, it's been on. Look at YOOV. Ooh, almost now under a dollar, back under a dollar. Okay, now this is an earnings play. Okay, this Pelagos. Are they out of Bermuda? So out of, I guess, tax haven. So, but it is an earnings play. Okay, and it's from our AI. And so far, now what's the spread like? Not great, not terrible, but not great. Oh, please. This is a sort of one I wish there were was more volume. I've seen with the AI of the last couple of weeks, some of these earnings plays, the more expensive one, well, more expensive, like not their, say the ones under five, they seem to have a nice run in them. But there's only 192,000 shares have traded. I was hoping there'd be a lot more. Oh, that's what it. So that's why HIMS is popping. Ooh. So I know you're out of it. I know you're out of it. You covered everything, or what? $50 with your option, or whatever you had, William, in that area. Oh, you're still long in NVO. Okay. Well, both of them are dropping. HIM. I thought that maybe HIMS won some. So they're both dropping. And is this all to do with? I know your government is trying like crazy. Oh, by the way, yeah. Oh, why OOV to get better drug prices for you guys? Oh man, this is a continue. I saw this. Just saw this one. I guess it depends if you have a plan or not, PJ. ALMU is continuing down on earnings. Wow. And this is not a, no, it's not close to a lifetime low or anything, but I don't know what that drug is. Yeah, no kid, $700 a quarter. Wow. Yeah, I have some left. I still have some of this DXYZ left. I do. Um, but of course I'm in around $30. So, but okay, wow. Take a look at Lumen, guys. The reason why it's just over that magic 10. Okay, not an earnings play. LUMN. Looking left on the monthly chart, there is some room. LUMN. And let me see on the daily chart, can't see anything. And the weekly chart, can't see anything. So yeah, so back in November of last year, those were the highs. You know what, PJ? I'm going to completely 100 million thousand percent disagree, but I don't want to get into it. Okay. Um, so let's cut this talk right now. Keep an eye on Lumen, guys. LUMN. Okay. It's over the VWAP. LUMN. I don't know why it's moving higher. Just give me I'm liking this lumen, guys. The longer it holds over 10. You're right. You are right. Somebody was right about the YOOV, guys. It is really popping now off that $1 mark. Okay, yeah, the YOOV, yeah. Well, that was I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I guess we can't like it's like the walk, you know. Every time you think walk is over, and QC, I'm not saying look at the QUCY, it is coming back also. So where is that lumen now? I guess it did not win a race. LUMN. Where is that lumen? Still hanging over two, 10. Somebody asked about keep an eye on the QUCY guys. Somebody asked about lunar in our YouTube room, LUNR. Well, it's gone. Well, it's back to the close of yesterday. I mean, that's the best we can say about it right now. It's an earnings play. Okay, it's an earnings play. I don't think these. Well, maybe they do have earnings, but it falls 2.2% after a Q1 revenue miss. Well, I know they have earnings, but I don't expect that most of these companies are making any money yet. I may be wrong. So when they say an earnings miss, it's what the analysts were expecting, and they didn't get it. Also, it's about guidance. I mean, I don't know if if this company makes any money at all. Well, here's another little earnings play, guys. Excuse me, yeah, ARX is another little earnings play. So remember what I was saying about this one, PLGO. You know, it's the volume is starting to pick up a little bit. I wish the volume were a lot more, like in the millions, but wow. So YOOV, it's boy, that's a strange. I mean, it got even under a dollar, 97 cents. Man. Here's another one just over the whole number, guys. PCT, Pure Cycle. The next high looking left on a monthly is 1231. Not enough room for me. What is the volume like right now in that QUCY? Oh, there's the big volume, of course, spike at 9:30. 61 million. So what did it trade yesterday? It traded that's hard to read. 535 million shares yesterday. Well, it's, prorated. I mean, it could come close to that. Okay, guys. Well, I don't have to stare at this chart. I can just I've got my price alert set a little over 2 for the QUCY, and just see if it takes effect. All right. So I'm looking at our AI. So I see a nice re-entry on the SNAL. Okay, pretty good re-entry on the SNAL. And a nice short on, yeah, I was going to mention this one. I had this on my list too. CSIQ, Canadian Solar. This was an earnings play. It's on my list. I just didn't get to it. This is an earnings play. So maybe it was 16, hold it. The low this month, well, that's not going to hold it. The low last week was 1542. That's still far enough away. On the daily chart, there is a low of 1590. So maybe, maybe the 16 level will kind of hold it, perhaps. No, it's exactly the opposite, Ozzy. Docking takes a lot of computing power, I guess. I mean, maybe not the correct terminology, but that's why I didn't dock. I had to stop. I'm docking right now, and it doesn't seem to be affecting my machine too much, but it does affect. Most people don't dock. You don't have to dock. It's more efficient in the way it looks. There's no question. It's more efficient in the way it looks, but it does take more processing power, I guess. Well, 60 to 70 is still not bad. I mean, anything under 100 is fine. You know what? I've got well, to use an old expression, I had to have my head read here, guys. I wanted to watch this LUMN on the 10-12 break. I forgot to put the price alert. I forgot to put the price alert. Dumb. I don't want to chase it now. LUMN. I just don't want to chase it now. Yeah, you can ask a platform quite. My chart dot is not linking to the symbol. Chart dot. Okay, I'm trying to. Not 100% sure I know what you mean by a chart dot is not linking to the symbol. Are you talking about? So are you talking about this when you look at the chart and there's there's basically two options. You have symbol linking or you don't. Link to all is the default. Okay, never mind all this, the green, red, gold, etc. But so what do you mean when you say my chart dot is not linking to the symbol? So when I click on GPGI now, okay, I accidentally see that I have symbol linking is checked. Okay, so when I click on a symbol, EXTR, all these time frames change. Is that what you mean? Why are they not? Top left chart. When you say a chart, are you talking about a chart or are you talking about a scan or a top list window or see, this is a chart, okay? So okay, a chart. My top, well, of course, I don't know what your top left chart is. So again, when you say blank, it's gray, not red or blue or green. So the chart doesn't change those colors, okay? I I, I wish I could. I'm hoping it's symbol linking because again, right click on your chart and one of the options, properties. Okay, go to properties and symbol linking. And the only other thing I can think of, make sure symbol linking is checked and have link to all is also checked. Never mind all these colors, if that's what you're talking about. Can you see what I'm doing? But just make sure that symbol linking is checked. See, for instance, on my spy chart, okay, symbol linking is not checked. Don't, but why? Okay, but why are you using? Are you using changing it to red for a reason? You're talking about this. Are you talking about? You don't have to. I mean, the vast majority of of our subscribers just have link to all, which is the standard. Okay. If you change it to link to all, does that solve your problem? Let's put it that way. And I don't know what you mean by it's changing. Okay. Yeah, I've never used the colors. Okay, you have it linked to all, but you cannot link a symbol from an alert window or top list to the chart. Okay. Are you in a channel? Are you in a channel? What's a layout you created? Um, okay, so for instance, this is an alert window that I've got, okay? So I right click, symbol linking, I've got link to all. You have it somehow on red? Okay, so you do have it linked to all. And so now, so okay, you're saying that you've say click on a symbol and it's not loading in the chart, even though in the chart, even in the chart, I got it says link to all. Both. Hmm. Do you have a green ball in your? Like? Do you have a live? Do you know you have a connection? A green ball? Oh, what did I do? Okay, you mean making sure that your alert window is also linked to all, or you've got to have symbol linking checked, of course, and then you've got to have link to all. That's in your alert or top list window, but you didn't have it checked. Okay, so it's going to work now. Good. Okay. That's okay. Maybe it was checked before and you accidentally unchecked it doing something. It happens. Well, this is a surprising one. I mean, this is like the walk sort of, the on the day of it gets under a dollar and then it just explodes even after it was already up a lot in the pre-market. I In the past, when something like that happened, it would never recover like this. But we're getting these great recoveries even after a stock has been, again, huge move in the pre-market and then the utter collapse. And that's usually it for the day. All right, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage right now. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now if you want. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service. Okay. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and this room, the trading room. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering about this room, what this room is all about, it's also free. But there's a lot more to it than the YouTube room. YouTube is fine if you just want to hear me and see my screen. But if you're looking for a lot more interaction with other traders, come into this trading room here. This trading room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're looking for interaction with traders in the pre-market, come into this room. Obi does it. Thank you very much, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So that's why Obi does it, 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I get on the mic between 9 and 9:15 for both rooms. And then I go to at least to 2 o'clock. I'll always stay later. I stayed later yesterday. I'll stay later if there are questions, though. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But even after I leave, this room can be open later. Obi tends to keep the room open after I leave. It's up to him. I'll find out later on in the day if he's going to do that. So that's the trading room, okay? So it's free. Keep it simple. So keep scrolling down. If you've clicked on my homepage link, keep scrolling down and you can get the trade of the week right here. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, let's just say you've taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it. Click on my homepage link, scroll down to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with Trade Ideas. This is a mandatory. Okay, if you've just taken out a subscription, 12 short videos to get you started. But if you don't have the program and you're wondering if it could be a good fit for you, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea, a good enough idea about what the capabilities of the program are. Okay. And then you can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay. If you're new to trading, Back to Basics is for you. Okay. It's a free series of videos, 15 of them, if you are new to trading. Wow, the QC guys. This is getting interesting to me again. Okay, so there's only one place that shows the AI has a now entry. I'd rather call this an alert price. You don't have to get in right at the and then there's a stop. Okay, that's the only one that really okay, and that's part of our premium service, Abdul. Everything else, there's no such thing as an entry on the like these buy flags you're seeing here. Um, it doesn't mean that you take the trade necessarily just because you see a buy flag or a sell flag. So the only place that you actually see a suggested entry and a suggested stop is from our AI. Okay, guys, QUCY. No, the AI starts working no earlier than 9:40. Okay, the earliest alert you'll get is 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but I can see there were several, three at 9:40. That's the earliest. Okay. Our program is available in the pre-market and aftermarket, but the AI only starts working at 9 for at earliest at 9:40. Again, it doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40, but there were 3 today. All right, guys, keep an like this QC. I'm just gonna call it QC, okay? Some volume came in. It's a low float, not crazy low. It is low though, 12 million in the float. Certainly is low. You'd ask me that 5 years ago, I would say that's a crazy low float. Yes. Oh man, nice pop, guys. All I wanted, and it's probably halted. No, it's not halted yet. It's going to get halted. It's going to get halted. It's going to get halted. There we go. Not worried about the halt. The first halt of the day. All I wanted was to reclaim $2 on this one. And it was 202, 203, 204, 205. I said, okay, do it. And it's always a rush when you see you get into something and then like 3 seconds later, it has a massive pop. All right. Well, as I wait to see where this is going to open, I'll move on to something else for a while. So yeah, some good little market moving now. I mean, it had a little pullback at the beginning. Right there's the 930, just before 930, sort of pulling back a little bit, but now it's a little bit choppy. Man, do I missed having the wave yesterday, guys. I know it's so crazy, but I really, really missed having the wave on my charts. Talking about Iran, okay, Iran, yeah. Well, I mean, is it? So it's a crypto play, basically a crypto play. So I see crypto is doing pretty well, up, back up to the 80K mark. On the daily chart, Iran has room, a lot of room. Well, yeah, a lot of room, $3 or so. So there's that. Blizzardo 13 is asking that question in the YouTube room. So there is that. Okay, so if this is a 5 minute halt, this is going to open at 10:21 plus 23 seconds. So I've got another little over 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 20 seconds before this will open, if it is a 5 minute halt. And the YOOV got halted on the way down. Okay. And it might get halted right now. Might get halted right now. How can I tell? Because that bid ask is not changing at all. I mean, it's almost impossible for a stock. There you go. That was trading, 36 million shares, 4,400 times normal. That it wouldn't be moving. The price would not be moving. So again, guys, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. The blue window that I'm showing you, a wonderful little, easy to see the halt price and the potential open. And here's, the same thing with the QUCY. No big clue as to where it's going to open. 16. So another less than a minute now, if it's going to be a 5 minute halt. That was a nice short to begin with, man. I mean, for me, the AI is a watch list. Okay, yeah, you're given a direction at the beginning, but there's nothing saying that you can't. Remember what I was saying. If you were listening to me, I was actually saying that right there, will this act as a bit of a support area, the 1590? Okay, and what did it get down? You got down to 1588. That's what I. So had I been short this one, I would have been like a hawk. First of all, watching the 16. Okay, because I always worry that a stock might, if I'm short, might have some support at the whole number. But then you just look left, and there was a little bit of potential support there. So yeah, isn't it? So I mean, using it like a watch list. So you definitely would have made money shorting it. And now you can make money going long. All right, guys. So it resumed. Sorry, I actually got distracted. So yippee! It resumed, and okay. To be on the safe side, I've taken some off in the 260 mark. Okay, not everything. See how parabolic it went though? It went super parabolic. You know, we have an earnings filter, IQ. So yeah, we have an earnings filter that you can use that you can. So BMO and AMC. Let me see. So okay, but AMC was okay. AMC is not earnings today. Okay, that's the fifth, May the fifth, unless they. And I don't think BMO is. Well, I shouldn't say that. BMO is made. So BMO is upcoming, but AMC, according to us anyway, according to us, already had earnings on May the 5th, according to us. But if you're just looking for earnings plays, okay, you can use this filter. If you want to see if you want, for me, an earnings play is a stock that released. So if we're looking at today, a stock that released after hours yesterday and in the pre-market today. If that's what you're looking for, a real simple filter I can show you. If that's what you're looking for, okay. I'll just show it here on an alert window. You can use it on a top list window or an alert window, but if right click on configure and then search, okay? And then type in EPS. Just give me a moment. Pepe's going, no, no. Okay, configure, search, type in earnings. Okay, earnings date. Okay, earnings date. And then you add the filter. And you can add the filter. Now you can, basically what you want to do is you create your own top list or alert window, okay, with in the price range you want, minimum volume, all those sort of things. And then in the earnings date column, if you type in minus 0.25 for the min and 0.25 in the max, that'll show you the stocks that are just having, for me, that are the earnings plays today. Minus 0.25 means they released after hours yesterday. 0.25 means they released in the pre-market today. Okay? So use that filter and then construct your top list, alert window, and just make sure that filter, you're using that filter, then you'll just see earnings plays for the day. Meanwhile, so I'm glad. So that's how, remember I said I didn't take everything off for the QC? And I'm glad I didn't. I'm like to see that wave catch up though. The top of the wave, maybe at least hitting the bottom of that bar. Well, the plan worked, guys. I wanted to follow two stocks today: the QC and the U's. U's would have worked eventually, I suppose, but this is the one I was really more interested in. Okay, you're talking about that window I just displayed. Okay, a lot of alerts in here. Okay, a lot of alerts. So let me. In fact, I got sidetracked, didn't I? I was going to go over my home page and the scans I'm currently sharing. So I got sidetracked. So let me go back to my home page and I'll show you where you can get all the scans, including that one. So if you click on my homepage link again, okay, click on my homepage link again and scroll down. And here they are, custom scans. Go to the custom scans section. Okay, so here, the one you're talking about, the up down 25 cents on big volume. A lot of alerts today. Probably too many, but you can always tighten up the filters. But we're in earnings season. We still have a lot of earnings plays, and that's why you can get a lot of stocks in here. But anyway, that there it is right there. The other ones that I'm sharing, here's my large cap movers, large cap gainers, sorry, the race. Volatile race is here. Look at the QC right at the top here. Um, and I have this one up and running. Okay, I do have the up down 25 cents on big volume. I do have that up and running. I don't have these other three up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad, just means I don't have them up and running right now. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And here's the halts resumes. Okay, so you can take a look at those. And remember, this is both rooms are trading rooms, but also support rooms. So you can, and I love the questions because without questions, I get bored. Seriously, it's tough to try to maintain a pattern for 4 or 5 hours. Sometimes there's things aren't happening as much as I'd like. So I love to get questions. Now, also, if you're loading anything from my like this, let's say you loaded this race, and when you load the race, you might say, "Well, wait a minute, what am I doing wrong?" Because I'm not seeing this, the top 10. I'm not seeing the top 10. I don't have like doesn't look like yours. What happens is when you load the race, that's when your race starts. Okay, guys, I have just taken some more off the QCY because that the $3 level could be a block. Okay, that whole number. I still have some left, not much though. I don't want to get too greedy on this because it could get a giant rug pull. And it looks like this is an IPO, of course, back here. I don't think it wasn't. It was probably a symbol name change. That's what I look for. I look for, well, the QC, all right? I mean, that's what I was looking for. At the very beginning of the day, I almost took it at the very beginning. Looked like it wanted to take out two, but then it pulled back. I actually thought it might be over. It got back down to 162. But then when it got back up to two is when I got very interested in it again. So that's my style, okay? I do like to see stocks near the high of the day. Sometimes I will look at the VWAP, something that pulled back into the VWAP. Oh, before market open, I'm sorry. And after, so you weren't talking about the stocks. Okay. Okay. Oh, and after market close today. Okay, then put 0.75. If you just want to see today, not, I would put yesterday in. I would put after hours yesterday. I mean, those are stocks that are definitely in play. So if you do want to see, if you want to see the ones that are reporting after hours, okay, then put 0.75 in the max, 0.75. So you'll see the ones that release pre-market today and also the ones that will release after hours. We'll just put 0.75 in the max. You have your earnings date. Okay. So earnings date, put minus 0.25 in the min and 0.75 in the max. Okay. I mean, you're pointing at it right there. I mean, there it is. You just point minus 0.25 in the min and 0.75 in the max. Okay. And that'll do it. Okay. Yeah, minus 0.25 and 0.75. Yeah, yep, that's good. Now I may be completely wrong about this QC, but I mean, if it, I don't have much left. I do not have much left, but I mean, I have some. If it pops through, if it does pop through that three, great. My single stock window no longer has the spread. Okay, never knew it had. I never knew you could have the spread in the single stock window. But let me bring up one. I don't think the single stock window on the spread is really that great because I mean, but let me see if number one. I'm just going to bring up any single stock window. Okay, I want to see. Can you add the spread? Because it's kind of static. So you can. I don't think you can. It doesn't look like you can add the spread. To me, it would be kind of weird to have the spread here. Okay, but I don't think. Yes, you cannot add it. Yeah, you. As far as I know, really. Well, it's not there now. I because wow, guys, it's QUCY. Well, happy for it to break three. I've to me the spread in here would be not. I'm not saying it'd be worthless, but I mean, but you're saying you had it before. Well, you definitely cannot add it now because when I do a search in the single stock window for spread, nothing's coming up. Pepe, do you think the spread has ever been available in the single stock window? Would you even know that? See, I mean, I don't. I mean, obviously, I use my broker for the spread. Yeah, I don't. I don't think it's. The gentleman is saying it was there all along until today. It just doesn't make sense to have the spread in that single stock window, though. To be honest. Well, no, not that I'm aware of. Okay, making changes overnight. Not that I'm aware of. You've been using it in the single stock window, really? Well, so Pepe, are you pretty sure? Yeah, you're pretty sure that it's never been available. I just want to. For instance, the spread is not available in a top list window. Okay, like a spread is not available in a top list window. And as far as I know, the single stock window is sort of. Yeah, in the advanced ticket, exactly. The spread can be here. I don't want to show. The spread was only recently added, yeah, in the advanced in a chart using the advanced. Like I'm not trying to be argumentative, but it just doesn't seem reasonable that we would have the spread filter in this topless window because it sort of uses the same idea as a sorry, in the single stock window. Well, I've got a bunch of people saying also, Michael, that the spread has never been in the single stock window. I've got a bunch of people saying that also. Well, it'll be on your daily chart, okay? It won't be intraday. If you're talking, it won't be intraday. It's on your daily chart, okay? I'm talking. Okay, I'm talking to IQ. Okay, the you're talking about that. Like you see that line right there. So it's sort of it would look yellow, but it's only well, no, but this is yesterday. Yeah, this well, it happened after hours yesterday. Okay, so you have to have a daily chart out to see the this shaded area that shows it had earnings. I don't believe it shows up in the intraday. Here's SNAL. Okay, earnings. You mean you've seen them in an intraday chart? Intraday chart? Because I'm looking right here. Right. Let's see if I can find one today. Pre-market. Okay. Oh, the text in yellow. Okay. Earnings today before the market opened, for instance, right there. Well, maybe is your I don't know how to explain it. I mean, some, but is your chart big enough? Perhaps the chart isn't big enough, or bottom line is, their earnings plays, okay? So whether you see that up here or not, they are earnings plays. The single stock window will tell you their earnings plays. That's, there's the earnings date right there. So now the downturn in YOOV. Who knows? Maybe later on in the day it'll have another surge. Well, I've not been able to look at anything else other than the QUCY. Yeah, sorry, Michael. In our YouTube room, I mean, we've got a bunch of people just saying that it's never been available. But Chris is going to ask in a dev meeting. There's a dev meeting, a development meeting every Tuesday and Thursday, and Chris is going to ask to see. Okay. But this is my miss, guys. My Lumen. Yeah, I mean the spread. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I mean, Why would you not want to use your spread? Like who's your broker? I mean, the spread is right here. You know, I mean, to see it here, which is sort of somewhat static. Okay, why would you not just use your broker to see the spread? So I don't use the wave report at all. But let's take a look. Okay, Ron, I don't use it at all. But let's take a look. Yeah, right now that I have the I think it's just telling you where exactly it's static data. So though I do think the price might change, but okay. So what are you talking about? Are you? Let me get rid of this. Oh, the trade wave report. Okay. Well, let's see what it says. It's just telling you, where I guess where the. I mean, I don't use it at all. Okay, I'll be honest. I don't use it at all. It's just telling you what happened with that flag. Let me get a maybe a more active one. The qubit. So on the long side, today, well, this is yesterday, 11/23 exit date. This I'm on. Is this a daily chart? That's all it's really trying to tell you. Yeah, where the buy and sell flags occurred. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, that's all it's trying to tell you. How you use it. I mean, I've never even really paid any attention to it. But let me. I want to change the time frame here, or maybe there weren't any. Why are these looking? See, I don't even know why. Yeah, don't pay any attention. Okay, I think it's. I mean, it might be interesting to see. Okay, when you had a buy flag, what did it do afterwards? When you had a sell flag, what did it do afterwards? I suppose, but I'm not. I would just find it time consuming and got enough going on. I have a new spread with Lumen. What do you mean by that, Bob, in our YouTube room? What do you mean by that? A new spread with Lumen? Oh, you have to have it's a real pain. Okay, your your chart has to be big enough. Let me. I want to make sure my chart is big enough, so I don't want to, or I'll shrink it. Okay, I'm going to shrink my chart. Okay, so where is that? Okay, so here's the trade wave report. Okay, now I think if you just, as long as you can see it up here, you see where it says trade wave report again, just click on it. The problem is if your chart, at least before, now I don't even see trade wave. Maybe they'd sort of fix that, Pepe, to a certain degree. You can't see the trade wave report unless your chart is big enough. And then if the chart is big enough, you can get rid of it. Before, you could see the trade wave report down here, and it didn't matter what size your chart was. Okay, you could see the trade wave report. It didn't like your chart could be this big, but you see, I can't see it right now. So you should be able to, if you can see the trade wave report, then you should be able to click on it up at the top here and just get out of it. Okay. But before, you had to make sure your chart was big enough so you could see it. You know? Well, it won't. It shouldn't be a pain now because you cannot see the trade wave report. If the chart, you cannot see that report, that little pop up, unless your chart is big enough. I'm gonna attempt fade here. Yeah. So you see, but Pepe, do you see? Unless it's only in the docs. You see what I'm saying is that I don't see the trade wave report if I don't have the ability to click on it unless my chart is big enough because it doesn't show up. See on the daily chart, it just doesn't show up. Now it's making a unless it's only on the intraday charts. Well, at any rate, your chart's got to be big enough so you can see the trade wave at the top. That's why I don't ever look at the trade wave report. I have to admit, just don't even I don't even look at it. Okay, guys, I see AEHL resumed. Was it halted on the way down? Probably. So here's your collapse now. Now, will that low of yesterday hold it? 266. Will that hold it? All right, guys. It's now 10:50, so it's been a fast morning. A lot of questions. Great questions. The lumen. Well, okay, guys. That knocked me out of the the QC. Okay, as it was coming into that 3 level again. Now later on in the day, it may have another run. But there's the high of the day now. Almost got up to 4. I will put a price alert on that area. Well, what's the price range you've got in your filter? I mean, what's the price range? Is that an expensive stock? $442. Do you have a minimum? What else do you have in there? Do you have a relative volume filter? I mean, what else? It's something is blocking it. You'd have to give me your top list. You'd have to give me the link to your top list, the cloud link to your top list. Okay. Because something's blocking it. It's impossible for me to know unless I see it. Well, that's not quite the top list, but okay. Current volume of two. Well, okay. The volume is at least 1,000% of normal in the last minute, and in 5 minutes, it's at least 300% of normal. Very possible that's what's blocking it. Okay, take those out and see what happens. Oh, the other thing is it's not up 2%. Okay, that's the obvious one right off the top. Okay, it's only up 1.29%, and your filter says 2% from yesterday's close. Now, at one point, it might have been, but right now it isn't. But I would take out those volume filters and see what happens. Because that's a lot. I mean, volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal. I don't know if up here this was actually up. Probably it was up at least 2%. Yeah. But I think it's those volume filters. Just take those out and see what happens. All right, guys. Let's take a look at anything else here. All right, guys. Let's take a look at this race right here. Okay. There's the QC. Has won 8 races this morning, and Mobex 8 races also. You've etc. So let me explain what you're seeing here and the concept of racing. Before I do that, though, I want to direct you to our user guide. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit till you get to the more info on the education section, at the top here is the user guide, and right here, TI stock racing, a whole section on stock racing. Okay, so everything I'm going to talk about is covered here. So right now, I just want to go over the concept of it. So in this particular race, so what does that 6.99% mean? What it means is that since the race started 2 minutes ago, I'm running a 4-minute race. Everything is customizable. Since the race started, Leslie, LESL, well, now QC, which I'm not in anymore, but that's okay, is up 9%, 8.9% since the race started. You can kind of see that little move right there. Okay. Since the race started. So if you see something at the top here, certainly you don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on it. You see something that's at the top, click on it, see what's happening. Maybe it's setting up for you. Okay. And maybe QC have been coming in too well. In fact, there's a sort of you in the wave here in the 5-minute TI wave. That center line is could be used as a bit of a support area. Okay, within the wave. I'm not saying or maybe the top of the wave. Certainly, maybe it would, but what if it gone all the way back down to the VWAP? It all depends on your style of trading. I'm going to go over that, Bob. Okay, how do I select the symbols to race? Okay, so let me just continue in general, then I'll show you exactly. So because you never know what you're going to see until you click on the symbol. Okay, you don't know how it's setting up. It might be setting up in a way that you like. So you see anything in this race, though, you don't have to wait for it to be at the top. You see anything. Here's quantum. Let's see what's happening. QNTM. This is it's at a high right now, but you don't know what you're. I mean, I'm not saying to chase it, but you don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. Who knows? It may have been pulling back and then popping off the VWAP or popping off some moving average that you like. You just don't know until you click on it. Let's take a look at the CSA. Okay, so here's one. I mean, if you're a bit of a VWAP player, it looks like the VWAP is trying to act as support. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you might look at that, go, if I take this, the only problem I have with it is that, the spread is 8 cents on a $3 stock. It's not wonderful. But let's say the spread was a little bit better, and you say, you know what, I'm going to take this. I'm going to put my stop just under the VWAP. It's an idea. It's just an idea, okay? I'm certainly not saying to do it. Just an idea, though. Yeah. So as I was saying, Burks, and everybody, please listen. If you load this race now, okay, it all depends when you loaded the race. Okay, never mind. You're running 10-minute races. I'm running these races in the pre-market also. Okay, so this is also taking into account stocks that have won races in the pre-market. So again, if you load this race, either one of these two races from my homepage, you're not going to have the same top 10 list. You're not going to have a top 10 list, well, I'm running a 4-minute race, but your top 10 list will be built over the course of the day. So if a stock has won a race before in this list, and that's what happens, a top 10 list is automatically built for you. So it gives you a watch list of stocks to look at. Well, IQ, then, you can use the stock, like if you want to, it's up to you, but relative volume is a good filter to use. Stocks that are in play, that are earnings, relative volume is a good one to use. I can't tell you what number to use. You have to experiment. You want to use 3 or 4 or 5. If you're not getting, but you have to experiment. If you're not getting too many, then reduce it. If you're getting too many, reduce it or make it bigger. If you're getting not enough, make it smaller. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule that says, well, you always should use 3 or 4 or 2 or 5. All depends on how many alerts you want to see. So again, anything in this list, click on it, see what's happening. You never know until you click on it. This YOOV, it could have been still up in this area, maybe coming back into the VWAP or some other moving average that maybe you have. So now the question from the YouTube room: why are these symbols showing up? Why are these symbols showing up here? Why are these symbols showing up here? And that's the whole thing about the racing. Okay, so if I right click the body of the race, open top list. Okay, that is one of the options. So I'm going to open the top list. All races start from a top list window. So in this top list window, if I notice what happens, if I right click in it, launch the real-time stock race. So that's the first thing. All races start from a top list window. But why are these stocks showing up here? Well, that's because I want to see stocks. And so, Bob, this is obviously it's a personal choice. I want to see stocks, between $1 and $50. The change from yesterday's close is 2%, and the volume is at least 200,000 shares. Okay, that's what I want to see. So obviously, hopefully, and not just for you, Bob, but everybody else, you can construct your own top list window with your set of parameters. You might not like this price range, but you can, select whatever price range you want to follow, minimum volume you want to follow. Maybe you want that to be 4% from yesterday's close. Maybe you don't care about that. Maybe if you have any trading experience at all, maybe you want to add some filters in. Okay. Okay. Listen really carefully, IQ. Minus 0.25 refers to after hours yesterday. Okay. After hours yesterday. Minus 0.25 is after hours yesterday. 0.75 takes care of anything in the pre-market today plus after hours today. Okay. Okay. So that's how so obviously you can control what symbols you want to see. Okay. Now the top list window before we had racing, you can still use it in this, is right here. Okay. You can, if you said, show me the stocks that are up the most today with my filters, my price range, my minimum volume, etc. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. And as long as you have the column header, which I do, the change from the close, I can sort on it. You double left click, sort on it. So QC is up 129% from yesterday's close. DXF, 114%, etc. I've sorted on this list. So that's number one. Now, the race does not, all the race cares about is in this list of stocks that you have in your top list, what stock is moving the most since the race started. Okay, so DXF, now DXF is at the top, but it doesn't mean that some stock down here, Via, it's up 8% right now, but what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it was up 9, 10, 12, moving up this list? You couldn't possibly know that. What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks, trying to find a stock that is moving? But that's what the race does, because the race doesn't care where it is in the list of stocks. It just cares about what's moving the most percentage-wise. Now, these stocks are probably going to be in the race all day long because they're so active. Everybody, we're not the only trading platform in the world, okay? And there's traders all around the world. So they're seeing these stocks. These are the ones that are super active. So, it's obvious, well, it should be obvious that these stocks then are going to be more than likely always, showing up in the race, which is still okay because these, this stock, Snail, could have been pulling back into an area you like. So number one, does that answer your question, Bob's, in our YouTube room? All races start from a top list window and you can create the top list window that you want with your set of parameters. The fact that I want to see stocks, between 1 and 50 and 200,000 shares and up 2% doesn't mean that's what you want or anybody else wants, okay? Now, you can also do things like this. You can also, if you had a basket of stocks, some of you out there, that's what you like to do. Maybe follow certain stocks all day long. You might have a basket of 20 or 30 stocks that you want to follow all day long. Well, you can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list. Then you attach it to the top list window, and then it only looks at those stocks, and you launch the race based on that. Could be a different group of stocks every day. Maybe you do some work in the evening, and you say, you know what, I want to follow these stocks tomorrow. And again, you create your top list or your symbol list, your watch list, attach it to your top list window, and then launch the race based on those stocks. Now, this race is very different. This race, the large cap gainers, is very different. This list is actually fairly big. Usually, it can be very, very small. So why is this list a lot smaller than this list? Because of filters. So when I look at this one, and this is on purpose, obviously, because this is what I want to see. So, here's a price range and the minimum volume and up 2%. But these three filters right here are preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. That's because that's what I want. So if I look at this filter right here, the position in the day's range, and I put 95 in the min, if I put 100%, if I put 100 in the min, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. Okay. So at 95, man, that means the stock is pretty much, it's very close to being at the high of the day. That's what I want to see. And the other thing too are the market cap. I put 500 million as a minimum market cap and a minimum float of 50 million. These three filters here are what prevent a lot of stocks from showing up. I don't have those filters here. So that's why this list will be a lot bigger. Now, this is not a static list of stocks. In other words, this is not the list for the day. Stocks will come in and out of this list all day long as they either meet the filter requirements or stop meeting the filter requirements. So these stocks will come in and out of this all day long. See how it just expanded. Some days you might only see 3 or 4 stocks, especially on a down day in the market. Because biggest gainers from the start of the race. These are large cap stocks. They have to be up 2% near the high of the day. Well, if the market was, really moving down, probably not going to see too many stocks, which is fine because that means, those stocks would be really running counter to the market. So again, the top 10 list is built. Now, if you're new to trading, I would probably, and you're interested in the concept of racing, I would probably watch this race more than this race. This race is fabulous if you get on the right side of the trade, okay? But it's most of these stocks are quite volatile. In other words, they can move up and down pretty rapidly. This is just not, I'm not saying they can't move up and down, but it's just less prone to volatility just because they're larger cap stocks, okay? So if I were new to trading, I would probably want to maybe follow this sort of a list of stocks. Let's go over the sectors, guys. So again, if any questions about this, now, if you didn't want to build a top list from scratch, you could always use either one of these races, and then you could adjust the top list within it. So if you didn't want to start it from scratch, so for instance, if I did watch what I just want to duplicate the race. Yeah, I don't want to stop it. So imagine if you had this race and you said, well, I like it, but what I want to do, but I don't like the price range, or I want to have it a little more, I want to have it a little more customized for my style of trading. So you see there's a gear there. So if you click on the gear, it's going to stop the race. It's going to stop the race, and taking a little time here. Let me do it again. There we go. So you're going to get a couple things you can quickly do if you want. You can easily change the price range and the minimum volume. Okay, if that's all you want to do. But if you wanted to change everything, because there are not many other filters in here. There's only up 2% from yesterday's close. But you could change that, or you could start adding filters of your own. Okay. Okay, you could add filters of your own and say okay, and then the race will, and then launch the race based on that. So you don't have to start the top list from scratch if you don't want to. You can't add it as a condition, IQ. Okay, you cannot add it as a condition. Best thing to do is go to the channel. I can't explain it any better than the Ripster channel. Okay, and when you see the video that comes out, it's all about crosses. And here's the video. If you haven't watched the video already, this is the video that pops up, which kind of explains the whole thing. It's all about crosses, though. Okay, but watch that video. It's about 5 minutes long. So let me go to back to the channel bar, dock to channel bar, click on new, dock to channel bar. I'm going to scroll down a little bit more, click on the show more, and I'm going to go to the sector status. So here is something that some of you, this might be the only use that you have for trade ideas is by looking at this channel. Very possible. Okay. So what this channel is doing is looking at the major sectors. And in here, these are the ones in this particular top list that we're following. Okay. These are the sectors that we're following. So at the very top here, XLK, the tech, the main ETF for the tech, it's up 1.7%. As the semis, 1.2. Scroll down. What's the worst one? Silver. Silver is the worst one. And the nukes are still not getting any love. This is an ETF for the nukes and uranium. Okay. So that's how at a glance you can tell what are the strong sectors and what are the weak sectors at a glance. Now, we don't have them all, but we have 11 of the sectors that are in here. We have them here. So for instance, let's see if there's something a little dramatic. Well, okay, here's financials, okay? 90% of the stocks that are making up XLF are up for the day. That's what the percent means. So here, AIZ, the top one. It's not an earnings play, but you know, AIZ for whatever reason is the top one. Maybe there's some news, I don't know. But you can also scroll down. What's the worst one? You know, JKHY is the worst one, down 1.4% for whatever reason. So it's running counter to its sector. Not an earnings play that I can see, but for some reason it's, you know, it's not running with its sector. Here's retail, 80% are up. What's the best one? Well, best one in terms of the change from the close, Ollie. Not an earnings play, but you know, for whatever reason, Ollie is up, OLLY. That's the DoorDash. But what's the worst one? You know, SFM. Is that Sprout? Yeah. So SFM, for whatever reason, is the worst one. It's down, not running with the majority of the stocks in its sector. So you can kind of see how you sitting out there might go, wow, that's maybe something I want to look at every day. Maybe that's all I do. Look at the, you know, the top stock, the worst stock, and some of the sectors. I don't mean every single sector, or maybe you do that. I mean, there's only that would be 22 stocks in these ones. You know, 11 sectors times 2, simple math. Yeah, theoretically they are working. It's too bad Dan's internet went out yesterday, so he didn't do his normal Wednesday 12 to 1. I'm sure people would have asked him. So that's the sector status, guys. Again, I'm not saying that's what you have to do or should do or even look at, but it's an idea. Okay, that's why we call the program Trade Ideas. It's an idea. Yes, there is. Yeah, that's a good. So, for instance, I'll go back to that channel or any channel. Let's go to the explosive winners. Okay, say you were in the explosive winners channel. So this is. I'm glad it's a good question because can confuse people. So let's just say you looked at this. Okay, and actually, yeah. Yeah. Okay. You looked at this. And remember, they all start. You want to have something. You know what? I'm going to go back to the sector status. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you did want to follow financials all day long, okay? But you don't want to stay in the channel. You know, you don't want to stay in the channel. Now, or let's just say you looked at this and you say, well, I don't want to see a $253 stock. So you can go in and configure and go to the window specific filters. And sure, you could put, say, a minimum of 1 and maybe 100. Okay. And say, okay. And then that AIZ disappears. Okay. It disappears. So with as long as you stay within the channel, any changes you made will remain. But the minute you leave the channel, and then if you came back, those changes are not saved. The reason being is that the fact that maybe you want to make a change, you don't want to see high priced stocks. That doesn't mean that's what everybody wants. So because the channels are for everyone. But let's just say again, you wanted to follow financials today. So you right click and you duplicate into, and this is for every one of them. Okay. Anything you see in any of the channels, you want to take something out so you don't have to stay in the channel all day long. You just right click on whatever you want and duplicate into free floating window. Okay. Duplicate into free floating window. Now, that's what it's supposed to say. It may just say duplicate. If it says duplicate, then fine. But it should say duplicate into free floating window. When I do that, here it is, free floating. Okay. Now what you can do, of course, is make any changes you want. So for instance, what you might do, if this is the sort of thing that you would want to follow every day, you might take every one of these, pop them out, adjust them to the price range you want, maybe a minimum volume that you want, etc. And then you save them to your cloud. You right click, save or share to cloud, save so that any change you made, now it's in the cloud. And so on any given day, maybe you go to the channel and you say, wow, I want to follow these sectors today. And you bring them back. If I'm, you just load them from the cloud. So now you have them. Right, hopefully that makes sense. Okay, but you can pop any window that you see in any one of the channels out just by right clicking and duplicate into free floating window. Or that's what it's supposed to say. It may just say duplicate. Well, I just like seeing stocks near the high of the day. That's on the. It's not everybody. That's not everybody who wants to do that, or everybody wants to do that. I just happen to like seeing stocks near the high of the day. Nicotis, okay. So if I look at Sedge, this is near the high of the day. It's got to be because of the filter I've got. So if I thought might be interesting, maybe it pulls back a little bit and pops over 47 again. Maybe that becomes something I want to watch. I'm not saying specifically that that's what I would do in this stock, but the lumen. I mean, the lumen is ticking me off like you wouldn't believe. I wanted to take this. We saw this in this race here. I just forgot to put a price alert. What happened is it got down below 10. I was supposed to put a price alert around 10:15. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, so that's the idea that I had on the lumen. I just forgot to put the darn price alert. Okay. And had I had that price alert, almost for sure I would have taken it because, I looked left. When I looked left on the daily and the weekly and the monthly, it had room to run until it hit the next high. So I love stocks just over, and I think that psychologically, a break at 10 is a psychological break. I like whole number breaks. So, specifically Lumen, that's why I was interested in it. But yes, I do like to see stocks near the high of the day. Yes, that or near the low of the day if I'm shorting. But that's not everybody. No, a lot of people don't like that. They'd rather see a stock pulling back into maybe the VWAP or some moving average. There's all sorts of different ways to trade. That's why we have a simulator, we have a real-time simulator that you can use to practice trading, to figure out maybe your style. I'm not just talking to you, Nicotis, but anybody who's out there who's kind of new. And then I say, well, I don't know what my style is. How do I know I want to see stocks near the high of the day, or stocks that are pulling back to a level, or you know certain price ranges that maybe I only want to concentrate on? You don't know until you try and see what starts working for you. I didn't know when I first started trading that that's what I wanted to see. I didn't know it. I didn't know anything about it. So, or anything. I did not understand how to look at charts, read charts. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. So I wonder what the like what Lumen was all about. This is another weirdness that's happening, Pepe. You see how I cannot cover up the bottom anymore again? I have to get out of the something is just strange happening. No, I have to actually just give me a moment. I have to end the task of my tool, my Epic pen. There is something yellow just below the market data, below the toolbar. Not sure I know what you mean, William. Do I see it? You mean this? You mean the yeah, that is basically ideally that's green. You don't want to see red though. It's showing how many it's not showing up. It's showing how many windows you've got open, all the top list. Oh, I see. I see. You don't mean that though. You don't mean that. I don't no, I don't want to move it up. I want to move it down, if that makes sense. I'm trying to just cover up. I want to get the full benefit. I want to move it down, which I can. It has something to do with the with this. The Epic Pen. Okay, guys. Yeah, I wonder why it is hijacking. Why every now and then it seems to. It was working. I don't know if it's this the stupid Windows upgrade that I did on Wednesday night. If that is causing some of the issues, but anyway, it's a great tool, though. I mean, I love it. Never gave me a problem. Once I loaded it, then this was fine. Anyway, it's a minor issue. Not going to get too bent out of shape about it. All right, guys. Speaking of Steve, I just want to make sure he's going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about half an hour. Some of you are watching Iran. Pretty interesting. It's still hanging over the VWAP. Okay. Little pullback. It's still holding the cloud. The cloud has not turned orange. So there's no trend change on the 5 minute. Okay. On the 5 minute, there is no trend change. Okay. Have I answered all the questions? I just want to make sure. Have I answered all the questions? If I haven't, just maybe I'm just going through a list. I want to make sure I've answered every question. If I haven't, just maybe repost your question. See what a difficult intraday trader this is. I mean, what did it get up to? You got up to 635, right back down to 236, the AEHL. And well, it's probably the only thing we've got in common. We're a couple of Canadians, unusual, but I know the name. I do know the name. AEHL. So, I mean, there's the VWAP. I mean, it's got room to the VWAP. It's over the whole number, but I just find this a very difficult intraday trader. Yeah, go ahead. 899. I know you asked a question earlier. Hopefully, I did answer it. And that was regarding the fact you weren't getting some alerts. Okay, so I don't quite understand. Was that sort of some kind of a spell correct? Has trading made handsome? Has made me handsome. Well, that's in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? Well, I actually thought it was going to be a serious question, and he just got auto corrected or something. You wanted to say something else, and it turned that whatever word you really wanted into handsome. But anyway, it's okay. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So, guys, QUCY still is interesting to me, especially if and even if it can hold this three level. I mean, if it gets back up to 340 or so, this could go on another run. This could be one of those late dayers. Okay. Now, late dayer. Right now, we're 11:30. Sometime in the afternoon. The good thing is holding over the VWAP. Icelandic jeans. Yes. Very proud of that, by the way. Yes, this has been a pretty good. I mean, a little bit choppy. Somebody was saying that LASL has been looking at this now, of course, a little bit choppy. So what would you have done here if you took this trade at 229 and gets down to 190? You see what I mean? It's an impressive earnings play when you look at it, in the totality. But if you start looking at how you would have traded it, it would have been, a challenge unless you put really wide stops on it. Now, you could have waited for this, pull back into the VWAP and rode it up here and then taken some off here for sure. And then hold on. And then now you're getting really rewarded using the TI wave. And now it's okay. Just, you've obviously sparked the interest there, Ron, because it is. Ron, wasn't it you? I'm not saying it wasn't Hermes, but I thought it was somebody else who asked about QUCY yesterday when it was 50 cents and asked me what did I think about the news. That was the actual question. Was that you, Prez? Oh, it might have been you. Yes, okay. But somebody asked a very specific question. What did I think about the news about QUCY? And the stock was around 50 cents. Okay, well then maybe both of you did. Okay. Well, have you got another one for today? Because I typically don't look at stocks under a dollar. Number one, I did see the news. I thought, okay, well, it's interesting news. But obviously, I did actually end up trading that later on in the day. And of course, I traded it today. Well, Hermes, good to see you back. I know you said you were going to take a break, but hopefully you took a bundle at 53 cents yesterday. Now this is very few shorts available, but yeah, I mean, look at LAS. Look at L. Oh, I'm sure you did so a long time ago. I'm sure you did. Try to hold something like that overnight also. But look at LASL, guys. Look at the blue line on my chart right there. That is the 200-day moving average. So that could be stalling it right now. It got a little bit above it, but it's an area. 315 is the actual number, but it's sort of the area of the 200-day moving average. Okay. And so that could stall it. And stalling, and there are, very few shares available, but wait a minute, maybe there are more than I think. Oh, okay, there are a lot more than I think. I had another stock up there. So there are 210,000 shares available. But it is a strong earnings play. So even though that 200-day moving average may be a block, is it going to be a block for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 minute? And here's how I know how many shares are available. Interactive Brokers tells me how many shares are available. And you can see that number is moving. So the fact that it just went up, that meant somebody covered. This is only Interactive Brokers, okay, that I can show you, of course. All brokers are different. And in retrospect, would have been a nice little short. Give me a moment, guys. So I see that AEHL, I'm hearing it, AEHL, and I got halted on the way. Looks like I got halted maybe on the way up, but it's a challenge. And here's that other crazy one from yesterday. That got up to about $35, I think, post market. TDIC. I could not trade this at all, though. Not shorting, not buying it. Interactive Brokers did not allow trading in this one at all yesterday. I don't think I did not short woke. Woke. Not, now there are shorts available. You mean, yeah, you said today? 29,000 fee rate, boy. I mean, I know William doesn't look at anything under over 330, but I guess if it moves enough, then I guess it doesn't matter. But boy, look at this move, guys. The interface, ENPH, what a move. When I say what a move, it's not so much that it's up 14%. It's other than that little pullback right there. I mean, this has been pretty darn smooth on a 5-minute chart all the way up. And this is, of course, from the large cap. Oh, yeah, I sort of remember that. Now, here's one that's basing a little bit, guys. The MOBX is basing a little bit over 3, but it's underneath so what I would do is put a price alert just a little bit over maybe the VWAP and see if later on it takes out the VWAP and has another run. It got up because it did get up over 4. Okay, so I mean, that's all so you don't have to stare at the chart anymore. You just put a price alert and just move on. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. So this is one from the AI guys, one I saw earlier, and I thought I just didn't like the volume. I mean, it's 459,000 shares, 4.2 times normal, but I just didn't love the volume. I was hoping to get some kind of an earnings play from our AI that did something like this, but I didn't. I just didn't like the volume. But over the VWAP now and basing over 23. This is okay. Well, I guess it's okay. There's no way this is an earnings play. I guess did they change names or something? Because the company would not release earnings after 3 days. During the day, I can do it, but I mean, I should do actually what I should be doing more often is, yeah, at the end of the day, some of these, actually, it's not a big list. You can have 500. Nobody needs 500 price alerts. Okay. Some of them I may have set long, long, long time ago. Okay. And they don't matter anymore. Like these ones right here, these were all potential IPOs that never showed up. Just didn't happen. The IPO never happened, as an example, because you can see the current price is not. And I set these a long time ago. But yeah, it's good idea. At the end of the day, just get rid of them all. So right now, for instance, I don't need these. They triggered. I can do that now. But if I don't want to do it now, I could, easily do it at the end of the day. So you can see that the QUCY is really starting to give it up again. So it may be a done deal. So William mentioned links a lot earlier. I don't know. I can't remember what price he mentioned. I think when I saw it, it was maybe challenging the VWAP. If what was the price? It was early on in the day, so that obviously was a very good one from William. It's pulled back now. It's at the VWAP right now, though. Let's see if it holds it. It got below the VWAP, but it's trying to hold the VWAP a little bit. I don't know. It's a good question. I pick 4 minutes. There's no, maybe my favorite number is four. There's really there's no science behind it. But that's a good, here's a way. So if you've taken my race, anybody who's taken my race, either one of the races, maybe you've made adjustments, maybe you've made adjustments to the price range and minimum volume. You've gone into the advanced and maybe you've added some more filters that you want, or, maybe you've taken this out, whatever you want to do. Okay. But here is also, though, how you can make some other adjustments. So let's say the race is running and you click on the box that stops the race, right click in the body of the race, and at the top, show race setup. So here's how you can adjust the time frame. So if you want a 5-minute race, 3-minute race, 10-minute race, whatever you want. And here's the only other thing that I've done. So if you load my race now, okay, I did make one change, because at the when I put it in my homepage and that's how I was using it. I had auto start at time checked, and I wanted the race to start on the market open 9:30. Okay, I've made a switch. Now I've checked auto. Now you don't have to do this. This is just what I've done. Auto start on load. So whenever I load trade ideas, which is obviously before 9:30, I'm loading it in the pre-market. That's why my race will start whenever I load trade ideas, as opposed to auto starting at the time of 9:30. You don't have to make the change if you don't want. And remember, when you make changes, save your layout. Save your layout. Okay. At the very least, if you file exit, and you should always exit trade ideas. Okay. Do not leave trade ideas running overnight. So if you file exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then all the little changes you've made, whatever changes there may be, will be saved. Okay. Now, you should also, in my opinion, you should save things to the cloud. If you create a scan, save it to the cloud. Like you create a race, save it to the cloud. So, right click, I'm in this race right now, save or share to cloud, and, it's already named, save it. Why? I've made a lot of scans since 2010. Okay. And every now and then I'll take a look at some of them that I haven't been using for a while, and I'll look at them maybe on the weekend, check to see what sort of alerts I got, and say, I should bring that one back. Right. So, saving things to the cloud allows you to do that, of course. And so saving your layout to the cloud, again, let's say this is you've got a layout up and running and you want to save it. Right file, save or share to cloud. And more than likely what you do is you would check or click on entire layout, give it a name. Whatever name makes sense to you, and then save it. Now your layout's in the cloud. Individual scans that you create, maybe something you've taken from me, save it to the cloud. And of course, one of the reasons, I think most people understand how the cloud works, is that you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So if you go out and buy a laptop today, you can just, you load the program and then you just file load from cloud, whatever you want. Okay. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time though. Okay. So you might have 5 devices, a couple of laptops. I'm running a desktop, maybe a tablet. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. The other thing is, make sure when you go to the web, what's available on the web, you cannot have that up and running at the same time as the app. That screws up a lot of people. Okay, all of a sudden they say, how come I'm not getting any data? That's because they're on they're using that web. You know what I'm trying to say, Pepe. I'm going to write that down. Okay, guys. So I am going to put my announcement up because Steve will show up fairly soon. I'm just going to put my announcement up. And I'll be gone on my break. Not gone yet. And before I leave, I'll put the YouTube link in. Okay. So Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. I know this week's was RR. Let's see how it's doing. So the trigger was 270, right? So I know yesterday, so it got up to 305. How you trade these, if you trade them, are up is up to you, of course. But so it is still above the trigger price. Hmm. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at anything. So the PRGO, I mean, this could be one of those ones. I mean, that's a fairly low float actually for a $23 stock, 36 million in the float. So I mean, the longer it holds over 23, it's basically, I mean, it says a lifetime high. I just don't believe that it probably changed symbol names or something. Okay, because there's no way this was an IPO. I think. You know what? I've got time. I'm going to just check my IPO calendar. I just don't think it could have been an IPO. Yeah, I don't see it. I think it probably was a symbol name change or something. The reason why, because there's no way a company IPOs and then 2 days later it releases earnings. Anyway, I do not see it on my IPO calendar. And these are the other ones, previous IPOs. I don't see them. I don't see it there. There's no way it was an IPO like that. And there's Poe diving into the walk again. How many times have you traded that over the last? Well, let's see now. This is the fifth day, fourth day. How many times do you think you've traded that one? Well, I'm sure you're aware that the 200 that the VWAP is up here, or maybe you're not, but there it is. Okay, 193 or so is the VWAP. So that might be a bit of a magnet, or might stall it, of course. Well, Poet, of course, had that massive run. Oh, big big jump today also. Wow. I thought you meant you missed the that. I mean, look at the run. I mean, $7 got up to 15, a double, and now up to 19. Is there any news on this one? Poet and Lumelens enter a supply agreement to establish technology partnership. Okay. Big float too, though. I mean, hard for me to believe that that's the float. 174 million in the float. I mean, that's a massive move based on that news. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, well, the market, it doesn't really matter what I think. The market is reacting extremely well to that news. And it's shortable too for me, Interactive Brokers. It is shortable. Not that I want to short it necessarily, but yeah, well, Poet shares are surging after new AI partnership agreement or announcement. Well, I mean, it's hanging over the VWAP. Okay, I heard a little pop. Okay, guys, I'm taking my break. It should be unusual. It basically is good for me, but I'm always looking at, okay, this as an example. I mean, it's so close. I'm trying to eyeball it. Yeah, just give me a moment, Steve. I'm trying to eyeball that the VWAP on my chart. It's basically the same as this. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's about the same as far as I can see on the charts. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a break right now, and I put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Steve. I'm going to take my break. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Steve Gomez to our YouTube room. How are you doing this morning, Steve?
I'm doing good. It was a crazy open, but I survived.
Crazy open.
A lot of stop hunting in the stuff that I'm sitting in.
A lot of what?
Stop hunting. A lot of liquidity hunting.
Oh, I see.
You know, that first 20 minutes of the day where they try and run all the stops. That pretty much happened in every one of my positions today.
Oh no,
it's all right. It's all reverse. I'm green now. Red to green.
Now, when you say did you actually get out, or you just held?
No. I just recognized what it is. Rumble is probably the most egregious one on my screen. Beautiful trend, and then the opening comes, and they just hunt the stops and try and run as many stops out as they can, and then eventually it bounces. That's been the MO lately, so it didn't really bother me.
Okay. Oh, there's an MOBX. Okay, guys. I'm sorry, I'm talking to myself. Yeah. MOBX just gave me a bit of an alert. Okay, Steve, I know you've got to leave at about 5 to the hour, so I'll do my best to come back 5 to the hour.
Yeah, we're aware of the spread filter. A lot of people asking, so we're going to bring that up and make that a priority. So,
okay, cool.
All right.
I didn't know it was available well, when you say the spread filter, you're talking about in the single stock window, because
it was available, and then one of the releases kind of screwed things up, and the values were 2 decimal points off. So Randall is working on it, and it should be fixed in the next release. Okay,
because it's never been available on the top lists. I mean, for a reason.
Right, but it was available in the single stock window, and now it's not. So
okay, all right.
And that's where the issue seemed to be. So they're working on it. They pulled it, and they're going to fix it.
Okay, cool. Okay, see you in about less than an hour. Okay.
All right. Thanks. Let's bring my blockchain stuff here. Big push in Bitcoin and XRP and some of the utility coins. And if you're not aware, today the Senate Banking Committee is going to debate, vote, and move it to the floor, hopefully for a full vote on the Clarity Act, which finally paves the way for regulation clarity for banks and institutions to understand what they can or can't do and the new rails of our new economic system that's going to be coming. So good stuff. But I'm keeping an eye on the price action over there. I think I heard it's going to be like debated all day long in banking committee. But all right, here I am. Happy Thursday. And welcome everybody. If you have any questions on the program, that's the main reason we do these 1 hour daily sessions. So if you guys are feeling shy, you don't want to ask a question, don't feel shy, ask a question. I can help you. Otherwise, I just start rambling about kind of what I'm seeing in the market and what I'm doing in my positions. This has been the best trade I've had in forever. Nebius picked it up right there. It was a Sunday night. I remember buying it on a Sunday night. I missed that green candle and I was out of money and I wanted it. So the minute I got buying proceeds back on a Sunday night, I was on my couch and I bought some Nebius and super happy with that one. ABTC, this has been one Andy and I have been sitting in and been very patient. So we've been kind of waiting for the crypto rally to materialize, hopefully after the Clarity Act. So I'll be keeping an eye on that today. I like the way it's holding that 50-day flattened, 50-day moving average for sure. I'm still holding Tesla Rigati. And if you're not aware, I was a swing trader. Normally, I'm a swing trader, and I'm looking to kind of surf the market and get in and get out and ride things for a couple of days and then sell and rotate into something else. But ever since I picked up that low in Tesla down here, I started buying some other stuff, and things just started working. And I started just thinking, if that was the worst of it there, that pullback in the NASDAQ and the Qs, if we could get a reversal, I need to start building on some things. And then once we bounced above the 50-day moving average with a breakaway gap, and in hindsight, this is what you call a breakaway gap. There is no attempt to fill this gap. Bullish with a capital B. So I continue to start to add. And so I'm no longer swing trading. I've built a portfolio, and I want to make sure I have exposure in a lot of the sectors that I think are going to be good. So let's just start over again. NIBIS, this covers cloud, AI, data centers, covers the whole gamut. And this is a winner. Everybody just seems to have great things to say about NIBIS and their cloud solutions for people who want to start AI projects. ABTC is, of course, the Bitcoin exposure. RGTI, I'm going down the line here in terms of profits today. RGTI is my quantum exposure. Tesla is my all things Elon Musk Tesla. Amazing company exposure, never going to sell that. APLD, very similar to Nebius, another kind of an AI data center play. DJT, once again, not only a nuclear power play, a play on Trump, and a play on Bitcoin. They hold almost $1 billion in Bitcoin. Xerox, one of those crazy low cap stocks I've been riding since way down here. This has been a great trade too. Had it down here, sold a little bit up here, bought some back, sold a little bit once it broke through the 200, bought some back. So this is a perfect trade around stock for me. And as long as it continues to show good volume after earnings and continue to try and threaten this upside 200-day moving average, if Xerox gets above the 200-day moving average, I would recommend maybe just setting a price alert. We can use this one and just pop that in there. So if the price comes up and triggers that blue line, I'm going to know that we've got some good action in Xerox. But that's just a kind of a lottery ticket. It's a small cap play. The stock's been around, company's been around forever. I think they're going to probably be close to releasing a headline of how they're going to maneuver the new AI landscape and probably try to create a new niche for themselves to do so. Maybe that's what all this little euphoria is about here. We'll find out. Continuing down, I've got GameStop. I like Ryan Cohen. He's kind of a piece of work. He's going to find a way to get eBay by hook or by crook. Sadly enough, he had to use the word dilution of shares, which didn't help. So this is my biggest open position loser. I was feeling pretty good about it back here, but once eBay denied the offer and Ryan Cohen said we might be doing some diluting, I bought some more at 22, just a little bit more, but I'm going to sit in this one. But it's my biggest open position loser, and that's really the only big loser I have. The rest of them are in the money. RR, of course, trade of the week. Practicing what I'm preaching. I'm liking this trade, and as long as it continues to hold these moving averages and grind away, as long as it tries to stay above this 5-day moving average on my 15-minute chart, we will be happy. Am I still in Kodak? Let me just tell you, I felt so bad. I almost bought Kodak on this day right here. I didn't. And then I almost bought it again on this day, and I didn't. And then I said, well, you've missed 2 opportunities. Do not chase Kodak, whatever you do. You'll probably get a chance. Well, I've been watching it for sure, and this is day 4, day 5 now. It's kind of really slumping after earnings, so I'll keep an eye on it. But in my opinion, Kodak kind of just broke there, the way it has not bounced off the 50-day moving average. So I have no position in Kodak, but like I know Dan does. We did TMQ. This is a copper play. The copper charts, if you look at a chart of copper, in the story of copper, we've got data centers that are probably going to need a lot of wiring and going to be a massive a supply shock perhaps for copper. TMQ is my choice for my portfolio to get copper exposure. A couple more here. Joby, this is another kind of lottery ticket. Boy, I tell you, I saw how they're doing so well on their test runs and trying to get their FAA regulations and demonstrating that they are, in fact, a safe new technology. We're probably just a couple of years away from people saying, hey, let's Joby over to Long Beach, or let's Joby to the game downtown, and you save an hour Uber ride by doing this. So it's going to be an interesting auto taxi. And the point is, you guys, I say, does the chart confirm the story? I just told you why I love the story. We've got earnings, good earnings reaction, no pullback, no pullback. We're just kind of chopping above here, this rising 10 SMA as the moving averages start to spread out. Bullish, good volume too. So I'm going to sit in Joby, kind of a weird new technology. Got two more for you. Rum. I showed Barry this on the open. This was what doesn't kill a stock makes it stronger, and this is a perfect example of that. You've got a brilliant breakout above the 200-day moving average of Rumble. It's been riding its 10 SMA perfectly, and it looked like it was going to be off to the races yesterday. Well, I bet you a lot of people that bought yesterday are putting stops in here. And this is a perfect example of Rumble and how the powers that be that run the markets with their algos, they decide, well, it's an awful lot of stops down there, and we'd like to run those stops over and take their shares from the weak hands. And this happens all the time. There's nothing you can do about it. It's the market we live in. But when we look on the daily, that rush of selling, that liquidity hunt has reversed and given us a long tail. And as I said on the onset, that what doesn't kill it just makes it stronger. I'm super comfortable in Rum. Last but not least, this has been the best trade I've had in a while, was the DXYZ. Thank you, Barry. The minute Barry told me that DXYZ had exposure to SpaceX, I got long down here at 29 and just waited, and then all of a sudden I was early. I sold a quarter at 53. I sold another quarter at 69. I still have half. I did sell something this morning. I sold Nokia for a small win, so I've created some cash, and I might be eyeballing a re-entry to kind of load back up on Monday. If DXYZ closes like it looks right now, we got 1, 2, 3 perfect days of sell-off, a nice push through the 10-day simple moving average with a bit of a tail. But if we can close right around here, I might be interested in DXYZ on Monday if I have any extra cash. That's what I'm doing. That's my portfolio, you guys. I'm trying to be as diversified as I can. I'll be honest with you. I missed the entire move of the semiconductors. I don't really have anything to show for any SanDisk or MU or any of that stuff. I totally missed it, but I see why people were doing it. Memory. It's all about memory. So I'm kind of attacking it more on the data AI side, the data center side with Nebius and APLD. So I kind of had a wish list of stocks. These just didn't come to me. I was watching, and then I would wait. And when something would pull back and consolidate for a few days, I'd say, this is probably time for me to get into this trade. I've been stalking this company, and I want it to be in my portfolio. So that's the big takeaway, guys. I'm no longer swing trading. I feel like a coach who's expended all of their substitutions, and I'm basically standing there just saying, go team. There's not much I can do to try and massage or work this account right now. I'm just going to be subject to hopefully a bear market continuing in these names that I've picked up. So that's what I'm thinking. Happy to answer any questions about trading or stock charts, or of course the program in itself. Really liking what I'm seeing in the crypto here today. Close that. This is a 1-hour chart. We could get crypto. I'm sorry, we can get, that's XLM. We can get Bitcoin to just keep moving, maybe take out the 82 level, 82.5. Again, it's a long day. The Clarity Act is being debated in the Senate Banking Committee, and I heard that there's going to be a lot of discussion. So it's not going to happen quickly today. All right, DXYZ, wasn't there some kind of, yeah, there was. They snuck a secondary in the middle of the night. And that's why the big collapse came down. And that's okay. I knew in my mind that I had sold half and I should be ready for some sort of a pullback. And there it is. But I still think this thing can come back and get excited again for more. Everybody wants some exposure to SpaceX without having to buy the retail IPO, latecomer, for lack of a better word. Hive, seeing Hive move higher. So some of these Bitcoin mining stocks are also perking up. Riot, Mara, with the strength in crypto today. And that's what I'm hoping for here at ABTC. I literally have a shit ton of this, and I own it at 90 cents. This is my basis in ABTC right here. So that's my crypto exposure for the most part, with DJT as well in my account. Apparently, DXYZ, after this giant run, CEO couldn't help himself, and I don't blame him. That's what they do. They pegged their stock at a secondary value to try and raise capital, and that's what they did. That was the giant gap down from 71 to 58 overnight. So in my world, I like 3 days of negative news, pullback and consolidation reaction to ring out the weak hand. So 3 red candles, 1, 2, 3. If we can close right about here today, I'm looking to maybe add back in on Monday. And I don't have much money to work with, so that tells you how much I like this stock. The STS was real crap until they had their earnings, but they're looking a lot better. You know, it was probably, if you were long ASTS, you're probably looking at Rocket Lab and Lunar and saying, what the hell is wrong with my company? But ASTS, and if I had some money, I might consider it, but I'm trying not to double up and overlap 2 sectors. I'm trying to get as much diversity as I can in my hedge fund here. Well, it's not a hedge fund because I can't short. My long fund. But it looks good. ASTS is a good looking chart. What we want to see is we got earnings behind us. And so you can see the 50-day moving average to a T was the resistance on the day right there. Big pullback, fill the gap, hold up, and then push today. What ASTS needs to do is create a few days of closing prices above the 50-day moving average. And I call that conquering a moving average. You can trade through one day and pull back the next, and that's a rejection. But trading through on the underneath side of a 50-day moving average or a 200-day moving average, it takes a little time for you to build a base camp and plant your flag, and that means like 2 or 3 days of closing candles above the moving average. If not, it's just a messy, messy break. My thoughts on SpaceX, I think it's going to be amazing. I think you're going to continue to hear headlines about the subscribes are oversubscribed. They're going to continue to raise the price. And the reason DXYZ was so attractive is because you're riding the coattails of a company that holds private shares of SpaceX. So it's really the only way I could see to try and get positioned before the actual IPO is dumped on the retail market. I had CRNC. I forgot to mention that one too. I think I passed through that one. CRNC. Whoops, I'm not typing. Let's try this again. So CRNC, nice. Look at just what I was saying a minute ago. CRNC was down here. It pierced the 200-day moving average and then gave some back. And then it came back for more. And then it gave it back. And then more and then back. And so it's really wishy-washy right here, but the more it can continue to close above, and not only that, we've got the 10-day moving average crossing above the 200. I feel solid in this chart as well. And this is another artificial, this is kind of like sound, okay? Audio AI, that's the key word right there, audio AI. So if you're in your Tesla and you're just talking, and it's an interface between audio AI, that's the best I know. It's very similar to sound. Brian Shannon showed me this chart last year. I put it in my favorite stocks and never really forgot about it. Seeing a lot of green coming through the ticker. I mean, I said it a couple weeks ago, this market is not going to give people a pullback to cover their shorts, and it's not going to give people a pullback to get long. It's about as bullish as it gets. We had one bad day, and that was Tuesday. bit of a pullback, but everything recovered. Everything recovered. We're not even getting 3-day pullbacks in this market. I can't tell you how bullish this is. And, we've got Trump over in China. The list of CEOs he brought with him is astounding. Get ready for major, major headlines of economic goodness for both countries. It's coming. The market knows it. The market already knows this. The market is always 6 steps ahead of everybody else. Smart people run money. Dumb people watch the TV and read headlines. So whoever is running these money, they understand what's coming. And you have to trust the price action. All right, what would you guys like to talk about? Again, apologies if you're waiting for the spread filter today. There's been a few people who have noticed the spread filter is not available here in our single stock window. There's a bug and we have to pull it, and we're going to fix it with the formatting, and then it'll be released in the next release. But we're sorry about that. Which part was I exactly right about, Steve? Pepe? The no pullback part, the bullishness, the 1 day. I would be happy to go over my homepage, Amber. Yes. Okay, the bullishness. Sure, let's move from left to right. So I've got a daily chart. Sometimes I like to use the thumbnail just to kind of see where the stock has come from. I've got my intraday 15-minute chart. My most important indicators are the blue line, which is a 130, which is a 5-day moving average, and also a 10-period moving average. So a 10-period moving average, but a 5-day moving average here. It's using 130 SMA. Obviously, single stock window. A lot of things I look at quickly are, what is the volume in the 1 minute and 5 minute currently? What, of course, is the short float? What is the float itself? Is there any debt? Sometimes I'm curious to see what are their fundamental stuff. Do they make money? So very important single stock window for information. This right here is nothing more than my wheelhouse. Every stock in here is a stock I've probably traded at least once with a lot of different sectors. And so I can come in here every day and go, what is ugly today? Well, it looks like the SpaceX stock's a little ugly. Silver's a little ugly. Solar, a little ugly. What's strong? Ondas, drones, AI, crypto. And so this is a window that is simply, gosh darn it, it is simply configured. If I could just figure out how to get this thing back down, turn it. What I'm getting at is when you click the heart button on the charts, the heart button will allow you to add a symbol to this My Liked Symbols. So what I could theoretically do is, if you wanted to build something like this, I can give you the shell using our cloud sharing technique. And this will allow you to open this window up, but my symbols won't be in there. What you can do is, once you see a stock you want to keep track of and don't lose sight of, you basically, you click this heart in the chart. And by clicking this heart, it's an auto function that sends this symbol down to the My Liked list. So every day I'm looking at my favorite stocks. And if I'm looking to buy something, I'm actually going down to where the red is to try and see something that's pulled back to a level of interest. You're not going to see me say, hey, what's strong? I'm going to buy the strongest thing on the board today. I will never, ever do that. And neither should you. It's a bad habit to get into. You want to control your entry. The better the entry, the better the staying power. Next, I'll share this with you, but let's break it down. This is let me put it this way. When I do have money and I'm looking to go shopping, this is a great short squeeze environment because of what I just said. There are no pullbacks. The shorts are being roasted. The longs have to chase to get in. Perfect environment for short squeezes. So if we turn off the tree map, we can go over here and we can sort by short float. And we see 91%, 62%, and Wolf. Wow, look at that. No wonder Wolf's going. It's being squeezed. It's got 62%. So this is a scan that can hold really good ideas, but the market has to be ready for it. Groupon could be one that might really want to go. That 200-day moving average is holding it back. I'd put a price alert right there, and I wouldn't be surprised if it goes, because it's got 59% short. Giant short squeeze potential. So let's take it to the next step. Let's turn the tree map back on. And there's a few different ways in which we can sort this tree map to see what it is we want to chase. Well, looking at change from the close or change from the open, you're going to be chasing a lot of things. What I've been kind of doing lately is just putting in the short float percentage. So we're sorting. It's the same sort we had earlier. All of these stocks are, let me just double check here. I had the wrong sort. There we go. I want the dark sort. I want the biggest ones on top. Now we'll go back to the tree map. There we go. Look at these names, 91% short, 62% short. So now I can come in here and say, ooh, let's see, Groupon. Again, this is probably the most interesting stock chart that I've seen, because the potential for short squeeze, it's just slowly riding higher lows and higher highs. If I had money to burn right now, I might even buy this. But this is a great scan to just try and figure out which stocks that have giant short floats might be ready to go. And as you can see, some of them are red on the day, some of them are green on the day. But when you go like this and say, well, just show me the ones that are strong. What does this mean? You're just going to wind up chasing something like that? That doesn't tell me anything. All it tells me is what's going that I'm not in. So I've been using this tree map, sorting it by short float. Put the biggest ones up top. Let me go through the top here and just kind of individually see which ones. CSIQ might be interesting, something like that. But the percentage values here on this tree map are going to show you how many shorts are in there, and it's a really cool thing. This is my basically my heat map. It just kind of tells me who's winning in the moment. We had a little buy program back here, but the buyers are now relenting. A little uptick in red, but for the most part, 65% new highs versus 35% new lows. That's all it's measuring, is new highs versus new lows in real time. And it gives me an indication of if any buy programs or sell programs are coming in. These are just tickers. I'll oftentimes say, hey, just add CSIQ to my 401k symbol list, and I can keep track of the things that I like to trade. S&P 500, it's just a list of all the S&P 500s. And so when things start coming through in green, I know that there's some buyers in the moment. There's a buy program. Sector ETF is basically telling me what's strong and what's weak today. All I had to do was look over here to see the same thing. Silver is weak, uranium's weak, gold, they're all weak. So that's my sector analysis using ETFs. And then lastly, this is a scan I don't really use, but I just got it up there. Dan built this one. It's stocks that are doing well on all time frames, 1, 5, 15, 30, I think. And so a lot of times you're going to see names that could be chased on here, but every now and then a name will pop in that's starting to warm up. And again, I'll show you, all it needs to do is just satisfy the filters that Dan built. Here we are. Change in 10 to 5 and 5. One of them is a change in dollar signs. One of them is a change in percent, and also consecutive candles, 5-minute consecutive candles. So this is kind of the secret sauce of that last scan I just pointed to. Anything that's on here is up on all short time frames. It could be doing something. There you go. That's my layout. If I can get one stock to my 401k under 30, which one would you pick from your list to get today? I like Xerox. Xerox, as you can see, is being held back by the 200-day moving average. The volume is incredible. Post-earnings, I feel like Xerox is one headline away from defining what they do want to pivot to for their new business model. I like that one. I still like the trade of the week, Rictech Robotics. I still like JOBY. So those are 3 names you could consider, and they're all under $10. But I'm not going to tell you which one to buy. The short squeeze potential, is that your scan? No, it's my scan, but let me share it. I intended to share it, so we can make it public right now. And there you go. There is the code, and I've got it coded the way I just talked about it. You can change the sorting if you want, but again, I like to see what are the biggest shorted names doing today. Some are green, some are red. I can go through and look at charts individually, and if there's something that I like, I'll set a price alert for the level that I want to be alerted at. SMR I sold. These poor nano nukes, they just can't get out of their own way. Even after earnings, they're just going sideways, and I've got better things to do with my capital than guess about something that hasn't broken out with the rest of the market. So screw those nanotechs, those nano nukes. They don't know what they want to do. I was in Ondas, and I was too afraid to take home a chart that looked like this. I said, what are you doing here on Ondas, Steve? This thing isn't bouncing, and you've got earnings coming up. So you'd be taking in a suspect chart into earnings, and that's a gamble. I sold it. That's okay. That's how it works. It's about managing your risk and making sure you don't put yourself in a bad spot. All right, let's see if I've missed any questions here. Oh, looks good. Looks like I'm caught up. So, feel free if you're shy and you're waiting for an opportunity to jump in. I think the story of the day is going to be the Clarity Act, Bitcoin. The Senate is currently debating how to structure the rules so financial institutions and banks know what the rules are, because they don't like to get sued because of confusion. They like to know what the rules are. Keep going, Bitcoin, keep going. You're up 2.87. Let's get it up to 3. And as you look left, if we could clear 82.5 in Bitcoin today, that would be a nice victory. You can see the volume coming in as well. But again, I believe this all has to do with the Senate working on the rules today in the Clarity Act. FLWS. Yeah. 1-800 flowers. It's an interesting chart. See how it broke above the 200-day and then came back and settled right in there. 1, 2, 3 days of settle. Then it can continue its way. That's not a bad looking chart. 27% short float. I just happened to see something on there. EPLD. So. Yep, I'm on highs here. It was a pretty good drawdown this morning, but nice and green now in all my positions. No complaints. But my wish is that Bitcoin would just really start going today with Trump over in China and the Clarity Act getting passed, maybe sent to the Senate for a full vote. That's really good stuff. And if I can get ABTC to kick into gear, I got a lot of this. That'll really add up quickly. I have been an ABTC since 90 cents. 90 cents is my basis point. 91 cents, I just looked. 91, there's my basis right there in ABTC. And as long as it can hold here at this 110 level, 50-day moving average is starting to turn and slope up. We're getting some good action in the moment. I have no reason to want to get out of this. I want to ride this thing. If Bitcoin really does what I think it can do, then this will be a proxy for me, since I do not own Bitcoin. What do I own? I've got 4 cryptos that I'm extremely bullish on. They are XRP. I don't need to do that. I can just show you. They are XRP. Let's look at the dailies. The dailies kind of tell more of the story here. Bitcoin's had a nice, we use the 50-day moving average here as a kind of a reference point. I think that's not the 50-day. That's something else. Never mind. All right. So the first one I own is XRP, utility coin for the banks and finances global cross-border payments, replaces the SWIFT system, which took 3 days to send money from China to London and convert the currency because both banks had to have a cash pile of both. It's called Nostra Bostra. That's going to be gone. The new digital rails of the globe are going to start paying everybody over blockchains in 3 seconds or less, and currencies will be converted using the XRP ledger and XRP token. My second is XLM. Same type of token. However, this one is peer-to-peer, whereas XRP is institutional. So imagine a world where instead of we have Venmo, you pull out your ledger to pay your buddy some money you owe him after golf, after you beat him or he beat you, and you send it ledger to ledger. Whereas now we have to go through Venmo, which goes to a third party. They hold it. They hope you don't cash it. They take the float. They own, there's no need to have a third party anymore in peer-to-peer transactions. And XLM, I believe, will be a peer-to-peer utility. HBAR is the third one that I own. This is another type of technology. It's not a blockchain. It's called a hash graph, and it's even faster than blockchains. And that's good for what we're going to call agentic AI. You're starting to hear about these AI agents from Anthropic creating small little businesses and making payments and micropayments and paying other AIs, and AIs paying each other. Well, these are the types of ways in which they can do that. One of them is going to be HBAR, I believe. Very cheap, very scalable, and reliable for big institutions that don't want to guess, what it's going to cost them to move money around. And lastly, Algo. This is the most recent one I bought, Algorand. Same kind of concept. I heard this is also very well positioned for the new AI economy, as AI agents are paying each other in micropayments. Super cheap, super scalable, super fast, and it just seems to work well for what they're doing. So XRP, financial, banking, global, XLM, peer-to-peer, global, HBAR, and Algo are more AI agentic kind of suited. ETF heavy in these stocks. I'm not sure what you mean about ETF heavy in these stocks. I never do this, but my neighbor friend's very good at biotechs, and I purchased this, and outside of my 401k, I bought it in my money market account. It's just one of those little random cancer therapies. I'm not recommending it. It's just something that was interesting. Now that's beautiful in Rumble, an absolute piercing wick. I bet everybody right here that got stopped out, that put their stop right there, is literally cursing this stock right now, because they were all taken out and then thrown to the woodshed. How did I create that heat map for the short skis? Well, it started as a top list, and I called it the A table. People might remember that because I used what we called our stock composite rating, and I said, show me only the stocks that have a high short float, but also have a strong stock composite rating. Like, these are A and B students, and they're being unfairly shorted by giant short floats. That was the original concept. And then I took away the composite rating, and I just said, just show me all the stocks that have all the shorts, all the short float possibility out there. And then the tree map came along, and I figured it was a much easier way to kind of see the names and see the colors of how they are on the day. So really the last iteration was me going from change from the open to just show me the short float sort. So it's all about the sort when you use the tree map. So it's always been a short squeeze hunter. That's always been the intention, is to try and hunt good short setups, short squeeze setups. I can't believe how strong Niveus is. This thing is just a monster. Here we go, ABTC, get it going. So IBIT is the Bitcoin ETF, XRPI is the XRP ETF, and HBR is the other one I'm in, HBAR. All three of those have an ETF. Algo does not have an ETF. Oh, Oh man, they're going to take this run back to highs after backing up and running over everybody. That's sad. But you've got to be aware that this is the environment we have to play in. When these institutions or algos or whoever, these quant funds, when they want something, they're going to get it from you one way or another. And they're going to find the weak hands and they're going to push the weak hands around. They're going to get their shares. Rigatti's been a pretty good recovery. Rigetti. It was looking pretty ugly on the open. Look down here on the open, how it went down and really tried to test the nerves of the longs, and everybody quite broke too badly, but quickly reversed. So this morning was a real test. It was down a pretty good chunk, but it quickly reversed. All right, let's go back to 30-minute charts. Wow, XDC is up 11. I used to own this one, but I don't anymore. Ooh, ABTC, another new high. Keep it going. Okay, so here's where I'll come over here and I'll say, all right, what's the relative volume? Barely over 1. Well, let's get that going some more. What is the 1-minute volume? Oh, 6 times normal volume. Things are heating up. This is why I like this little metric right here. What is the 5-minute volume? It's 50% higher than normal. So I want to see this 5-minute volume continue. Maybe every 30 seconds or so it'll update. Maybe we can get some more relative volume percentage in here and feel like it's a real move. Again, it wouldn't bother me if DXYZ just sat here all day, because I would take the money proceeds I've got and I would probably add to it on Monday, but it needs to calm down and stay like this right here. Stay as close to 46 as it can. Another high for H bar. Let's take a look at the crypto. All right, guys, I think I'm caught up here on your questions. Don't feel shy. If you got something, I can look at a chart. If it's bugging you and you can't figure it out, I can try and help you look at some charts. You know, going back to DXYZ, I am so glad that I followed my intuition, which was to sell a quarter at 53. And then I sold another quarter at 69. So those blue lines are me selling a quarter and another quarter, which left me net half from a position down here at 29. So this is a perfect trade around opportunity for me to jump back in if it holds and wants to hold this level. I'll see how it's trading Monday. There's nothing I can do with it today, but that's what I've kind of got my eye on. Now that now that Bitcoin's starting to push higher, people can't dismiss DJT. There's $1 billion or $900,000 in crypto they're holding. Basically, their cash is in crypto, not fiat. So, if it keeps moving higher, then these proxy companies have no choice, like ABTC and Mara and all the other ones. Oh, we're getting a good push now in ABTC. I love it. Getting a good push in IBIT. For Xerox, I've got a full load here, and I'm just waiting. What I want to see, what would make me feel more comfortable about Xerox? Give me one close above the 200-day moving average. It was rejected once. twice, 3, 4, 5 times it's been rejected at the 200-day moving average. So it just begs to say the very first time we get a close above the 200-day moving average should be a green light. That's what I would say to that. I did profit in DYX as well. Sounds good to buy back in. Yeah, Amber, here's my new rule on buying back into something. If you buy back in on day 1 or day 2, you're screwed. I don't know what it is. There's something about 3 days. There's a 3-day rule is what I call it. You need 3 days of broken pullback or consolidation. Once the 3 days is out of the way, then start looking to make an entry. Because if you were the first one that thought you nailed the entry after one bad down day and you bought it there, 53, well, you're underwater, almost 10 points right now. So I've been doing that a lot more. Got to count those 3 days out before you can expect a push leg higher. So you get a push, a consolidation. Sometimes it's 4 days, but 1 day, 2 day, nope, don't expect that. Give it 3 or 4 solid days of consolidation. Let everybody kind of figure out what's going on, and then you're ready for the next push higher in strong stocks. You were nervous today. Yeah, just remember that 3-day rule. Let 3, and the same thing applies. I actually kind of originally coined the 3-day rule when you have a stock that you like. Maybe you're like, oh, I really like this stock, and then it has bad earnings, and you're waiting for the earnings to be bad, and it gaps down 6%, and you're like, yeah, I got it. Nope, you're going to go lower. What happens is when a stock has bad earnings, it's going to take 3 days to wash out the weak hands and the ambiguous, the people who can't make a decision. They don't know what to do. Day 1, they're in shock. Day 2, they're like, okay, but day 3, they draw their line in the sand, and if it takes that out, I'm out. There's something about letting bad gap down earnings results just step aside for 3 days and then wait for a little hint of volume and buying to come back in, and that's usually the moment that it's safe. So it's kind of funny how that 3-day offset rule comes into play, whether it's a bad earnings report or whether it's a nice push higher, and then it starts to pull back and consolidate, and that's healthy. Markets have to breathe. Price action has to breathe, and it takes a good 3 days to catch the breath, in my opinion, minimum. So if you find yourself in something that you bought and it only had 2 days of consolidation and it's not going anywhere, remember these words. Yeah, there's something about that the first day on bad earnings. A lot of people are still deer in the headlights, and they just want to see what happens the next day. And it gets worse the next day, and it gets worse the third day. And once they capitulate and get out, that's usually, that's where the iceberg flips and things change. It might be a headline that takes Xerox to go, because right now it's just kind of moving on phantom volume. Nobody really knows why. They haven't said anything, but it's the kind of thing where you wake up one morning and it gaps through $3 and just runs, and you didn't have a chance to get it. So, and they make it tough. They don't make it easy. Sometimes you got to take stuff home at the end of the day if you're ready to take it, and just assume the risk that you may not catch the run. Can you show your chart markers? You mean the indicators? The indicators are pretty simple. On my daily chart, 10 SMA. Look how these are all fanned out beautifully. 20 SMA, 50 SMA, 200 SMA. That's all I use. I will occasionally use anchored VWAP here and there, but I don't like to. I just kind of try to keep it simple using gap fills and pullbacks. And that right there is that blue line is a perfect example of why I drew that. Prior high becomes a pullback low. That's a pivot level. So I'll use pivot levels with my eyeballs as well. Now, on my intraday, there's only two indicators I need. The momentum line tells me when something's in momentum. I would say NIBUS is in momentum. It's above the momentum line. Once it drops and closes below the 10 SMA, if you're thinking about taking profits, that's the moment to do it. I'm not thinking about taking profits. I want to ride this thing for a while. So it's getting a little ahead of itself. But if it does break, this blue line is my real interesting one. It's 130 SMA. Make that longer. It's 130 SMA. And 130 15-minute candles divides perfectly into 5 days. So we call this affectionately the 5-day moving average. And rather than me have it on my daily, what would look like that, I've got it transposed into my 15-minute. And it's the same set of data, but I can just see a much clearer perspective. So at some point, this 5-day moving average will turn up and maybe Nibius breaks. But when they break, I expect them to find support at the 5-day moving average. And that's usually where I like my entries to be as well. I like to take my entries in strong stocks that are pulling back to the 5-day average. Usually if 3 days or 3 candlesticks of any higher time frame, 30 minutes. No, for me, that's coming into a daily. The 3-day rule for me is daily candlesticks only. I don't think I would see much pattern recognition in intraday candles with that 3-day rule. What's a stock that had bad earnings? Can anybody tell me? I can't think of one offhand today. We'll take a look at it. I sold Nokia. Perfect example. Why did you sell Nokia, Steve? It broke my momentum. Momentum, held on the open momentum. It died right there. Get me out. Because I was willing to take profits in this one. It's had a nice run. I just wanted to kind of swing trade that one. So that's the money that I've raised for Monday that I'm going to be stocking DXYZ with, I think. Because this is a cash account. It's not a margin account. I don't even recommend trading on margin, but there's only so much I can do in a 401k, and I have to adhere to the cash settlements. Yeah, Dan nailed Nibius, and he did it in a really interesting way. He did it way back when he bought Yandex. Dan's Russian, if you don't know, and he bought the Russian Google Yandex. And then when all the stupid Russia shit happened, somebody in their bright mind at the SEC decided to just freeze out Yandex, and his account got frozen for months. And when it opened back up under the name Nebius. And he started looking more and more at what they did. And he was pounding the table on it, and he was right. You should probably sell a little bit and raise some capital and diversify into something else. But I'm not going to tell him what to do. I think he actually did. I should give him credit and say I think he did peel off a little bit of that insane move. Oh, Rumble has earnings. I forgot about that. So not only did they have a absolute liquidity hunt on the open, this is earnings day today. It's kind of poised. It's not scaring me out. Maybe I'll be surprised after market if Rumble produces some decent earnings. I like what they're doing over there. I like the ecosystem they're building over there. All right, guys. I think Barry's going to be here in about 3 minutes or so. So if you're sitting on one last chart you want to look at or a question, now's the time. Okay, so IBIT's pulling back. This is the ETF. what I expect the momentum line to do is to hold the price right here at 46. Let's see if IBIT can hold 46 using my indicator, my momentum line. If it wants to bounce higher, then there's still buyers in Bitcoin ETF. If it wants to just grind and get sloppy and fall back into the range, then maybe we're done. Qubit, yeah, that's a good chart. Gap up after earnings, traded way up there, and then whew, profit taking. Interesting. It's kind of showing me there's not going to be 3 days of pullback on this one, probably because of the earnings being so close to it. But day 2 on the open down here, what it did do is it shows you exactly why I like buying strong stocks and waiting for strong stocks to come back and tag the 5-day moving average. See that? That's why I use that moving average. If I had money and I was wanting to eyeball and stock Qubit, I would have been buying it there. You will not see me buying and chasing gap ups. You will see me trying to be patient and wait for things to settle back down to the 5-day moving average. This has been money for me for entries.
So I can't interest you in buying a PLGO?
Well, I don't have any money to buy PLGO. I'm totally saturated.
This is from our AI today.
Yeah, I don't trade those. They get the best of me.
What's to say that again? They get the
I
best
don't trade those. They get the best of me.
Okay.
I know my limits.
I'm just looking at it. Well, of course, I'm looking at it as an intraday trade, but I'm just looking at the way it's basing nicely. And it's from our AI, and it's an earnings play, and it's just kind of basing nicely. Cool. And you never know, might have a little 30, 40, 50 cent move at the end of the day. So that's what I'm looking at. And
just to continue my bolstered point for the person who asked me my indicators, PLGO went sideways for an hour, and the minute the 10 SMA kissed it, it took off again. So
there you go.
Really good examples of why I use those 2 indicators, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. And there you go, because you got to go. Okay, thanks, Steve.
All right, see you guys next time. Let me leave the studio.
Okay. Okay, guys, I'm in YouTube, and now I'm back in the main room. And one more thing to do, a couple of things to do, just get my music going. You know, it's basing really well. It's an AI alert from us. It's already had the big jump, but it's kind of basing nicely. You know, from what I can see, I mean, I still think it's probably some kind of a symbol name change or something like that has gone on. But doesn't look like it's got any resistance to move higher. And that's the PLGO. So I'm just kind of waiting on it to see, maybe it gives, 30 or 40 or 50 cent move at the end of the day. Okay, just looking some of my, I see, I mean, the AEHL, yeah, I mean, if you can figure out a way to trade it, off those bottoms, I mean, yeah, I just don't have a comfort level with this one intraday at all. Yeah, no kidding. TDIC was what, $35, $36 after hours yesterday. Now, but I could not, I mean, they say they have 751,000 shares to short, but I don't think we were able to do anything, right? Today, guys, anybody able to either buy or short TDIC from Interactive Brokers? I'm not talking about any other broker, just Interactive Brokers. Because yesterday it was, yeah. Which is, I mean, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, 751,000 shares available to short, and you couldn't access any of them. What a short. 17 down to 3. Anyway, I was watching Sale just over. No, it's disappeared. Did it win a race? Yes, it won a couple of races. I was watching Sale just over 13, and it had a not a bad little move. I didn't take it, but not a bad little move. I was on my break. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at now. This ONS had earnings, I believe. I think it had a pullback at some point. Oh, not really. Wow, ONS, what a great earnings play. This is ONDS. Yeah. At the beginning of the day, it had the little pullback, but after that, I mean, look at the VWAP, guys. Look at the support on the VWAP all the way up right there. And then the break, a couple of areas where you might have taken some profit. But other than that, just a fabulous looking wave. All right. Are you kidding me? CBRS. I don't know this one at all. I don't know what's going on. Oh, this is are you kidding me? This is an IPO? Oh, 300. This is an IPO today. 3.1 million shares opening at $335. Or the IPO was priced at 185. Huh, okay. That is an expensive IPO. Okay, now this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So is there any level that it's getting to that could stall it? Well, there is. So the next high in the weekly chart is 1161. There's a high right there, 11. Well, it's above that, 1137, 1176. So within about 20 to 30 cents, there could be some resistance for ONDS. Oh, guys, some volume coming into custom truck one source. Never seen this one before. CTOS, some volume just came in. CTOS. It's not quite a lifetime high, but oh, so it's not Thursday or two. What do you call Thursday, Thursday. So you're going to stick around to 250 or 350. Okay, I'll get it right. That looked like that was yesterday's, right? Sorry, Obi. I'm looking at my homepage now. I think I saw a post from yesterday. And you can do 230. Okay, thank you. So, guys, when I leave, at whatever time I leave, sometime a little after 2, Obi will keep the room open till 2:30. I'll keep displaying my layout. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:03. So one last look at my homepage for the day. All right, guys. So on my homepage, as always, at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my promo code. You'll get 15. Expand this window just a little bit. You'll get 15% off using my promo code Barry15. 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And it applies to both our standard and our premium service. Give me one moment. Okay, guys. So all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Whatever it is, it changes from time to time. This is the sort of the standard promo, but it does change from time to time. So whatever it is, please use it. Why? It helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the trading room. So if you are, and the company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So if you're sitting on YouTube wondering about what this other room is, here it is. You can enter into this one if you want. It's free also. Some perks though, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I'm in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So that's why Obi does it at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for a room, you can interacting with other traders during the pre-market, you can come in here. And I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15, and I go to about 2 o'clock, maybe later if there are questions. But Obi says he's going to keep this room, the trading room, open to 2:30 today. I have to shut down YouTube when I leave. So again, you can. This room is usually, well, not usually. It's always open longer than YouTube. Hey, keep scrolling down and keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Okay, so you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. If you're in the YouTube room between 12 and 1, you were listening to Steve Gomez, and he's the originator of the trades of the week. And it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. So if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or you're thinking about it, so if you click on my homepage link, down to that education section, click on the more info, and where you see getting started with Trade Ideas, mandatory. This is mandatory that you do this if you just start out. If you don't have the product though, you want to find out a little bit more about it, see if it's a good fit for you. Start off with that second video, go to the end. You can always try it on a monthly basis. You can always you can always unsubscribe even within the first month. Okay. Now, when I say that, you pay for the first month, but you can unsubscribe within the month. Say, you know what, I don't like it, so don't keep me going. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos. There are 15 of them. Okay, if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, you clicked on my homepage link. Here they are, my custom scans. And all you need is the standard service, or anything you see here is part of the standard service. So the large cap gainer race is right here. The volatile race is over here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Halts resumes, very active virtually every day. There's always stocks getting halted. Again, the halt is a volatility halt. You notice very few news halts, but volatility halt. And I have these other 4 scans. I don't have them all up and running. I do have the up down 25 cents up and running. Haven't really been able to look at it. There's too much else going on. So you can ask me questions about the scans, about anything else, about Trade Ideas if you want. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting question, that's the one thing I cannot answer. Okay, guys. Well, I mentioned the PLGO. I'm actually in it. I don't expect a big move or anything, but I'm actually in it. I said I'd like to. There was my alert right there, my price alert right there at 23.30, and the spread tightened up just a little bit, just enough to entice me. So see what happens. I said, this is a nice earnings play from the AI, nice long base, maybe has a little run at the end of the day. Again, this is not, this is not going to be a rocket ship or anything like that. Though I said that about Mobileye yesterday, and it turned out to be a really, really nice little trade. Let's see what it's doing today. Oops, BLY, right? Yeah, I mean it's hanging around the close, but that was a beautiful run at the end, in the afternoon. Not as guidance so much. It's just a watch list for me, Alex. I noticed it there. I would have liked to have taken it earlier, but I didn't like the lack of volume early, so I didn't take it early. But once it started hitting this plateau right up here, I thought, okay, let's see if it has a little move, 30, 40, maybe 50-cent move into the close. I don't know what's going to do that, but so it's not so much a guide. It's a watch list for me. That's what the AI is for me. It's a watch list. All right, I'd like to see that spread tighten up just a little bit here. Maybe get the bid with the 23.50 mark. Wow, down goes DGXX, guys. This has been well, not pretty. It's been an awesome one for about 3 weeks, but from $3 up to 9, about a triple in 3 weeks or so. But having a bit of a sell off right now. It's an earnings play. Okay, it's actually an earnings play. It was positive. I mean, it was really positive for most of the day, but now it's selling off. Yeah, look at that sell off from 9 down to 772. Boy, another nice one, guys. Is IMDX very smooth up on that 5-minute wave. Another earnings play. Another one of these little companies that have earnings, and you don't hear about them for 3 months. They have earnings. Maybe you hear about them for a couple of days, and then they go dormant again. And that's the IMDX. All right, AIIO. Okay, William said, do they have a stake? Do they have a stake in that IPO of what was it, CBRS? Well, smart. Well, if this is what they still do, what does the CBRS do? This is an AI play. The other one is an EV play, but who knows? Maybe they're using AI for EV. But yeah, something put a charge in. I mean, a lot of volume came in. That's just crazy one. I mean, look at this. I mean, 45 cents, not including today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago, 45 cents, $7. Well, I think I saw your post, Jamik, that you got stopped out and then it ran on you. All right, I'm here. Oh, TDIC now $2. Where did it start from yesterday? It started at well, right there, and a couple of days ago, 3 days ago was 80-cent stock or a dollar stock. Take a look at the sectors now, guys, and see if there's any major change. IYT, this is shipping, right? Or for transportation. This is the top one right now. Home builders, yeah, interesting. Retail, what's the worst one right now? Still silver. Silver is in. Nobody wants silver today. Are you talking about their ad campaign, Jamik? UAE? Isn't that their ad? Isn't that their ad campaign? Fly the Emirates or something like that? Well, where could this go? Okay, I mean, the next high looking left is 1090 on the weekly chart, so there's still room there. It's had a bit of a pullback now. Well, pretty steep pullback percentage wise, from 9 down to 7. Wow, 746, 730. It's a big pullback. So for you pullback players, I mean, there's the top of the wave right there. Maybe if it holds 719, maybe that'll be an interesting area. If you want to get a little more conservative, well, that'd be a big pullback to the middle of kind of the middle of the wave, which is that little white line there. That's 658. But that'd be a pretty big pullback from the highs anyway. All right, I know they're out there looking at AEHL. Now it's over 5, a little over 5, a little over the VWAP. Well, maybe. Okay, what's the high today? The high is 631, so just over that whole number of 5, just over the VWAP. I just find it so choppy, though. I mean, it's making higher lows. I get it. All right, I want to take a look at that IPO just out of curiosity to see who's behind it. So I'm going to look at my IPO calendar. Okay, I can give this to anybody who wants it. This is Cerberus right there. And who's behind it? We've got a lot of verbiage. Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, Barclays, UBS, Mizuho, and TD. So there's some big names behind it, obviously. Well, they're making money. They're actually making money too. Okay, that's interesting. Revenues of 510 million, and they made net income was 237. Half of that. Wow, that's not quite half, but that's. Am I reading that right, William? Well, that explains. No, it's okay. That's okay. Well, that explains the hype behind it. That's for sure. I haven't seen any great IPOs lately, guys. Not any cheap ones anyway. We're all right, guys. I'm back. MWC. Okay, let's take a look at MWC. I don't see it here. So, okay, guys, here is your AEHL for those of you. I mean, it's over the VWAP. It's over 5. And of course, it had a high today in the 690s. So, or 630 or so. Okay, let's see MWC. It's not, I know there are cheap ones out there, but I just don't see the enthusiasm. Well, there's the AEHL guys. So some of you may have taken it. I did not, but some of you may have taken it. I definitely talked myself out of it, but it's so again, the high up here is 629. And it just got halted. Now got halted. Now what is going to happen when it comes out of the halt? Well, right now, okay, so there's the halt for AEHL. 575 is the potential open. Well, let me show you what I saw, William, okay? I mean, that's why I thought, wow, okay, this is why there's some excitement about it. So when I go to my IPO calendar, okay, here's the Cerebras, and scroll down. So revenues, 510 million last 12 months. Net income, 237 million last 12 months. You know, and there's some big guys behind it, so I'm not going to. I'm not doubting this information, but you know, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, etc. So does that look pretty crazy good? I mean, crazy good when you have net income of almost half your revenue. In fact, more than half your revenue. No, a little less than okay, a little less than half your revenue. Hmm. I'm surprised your sources didn't have any of the financial data. Now, there's a huge amount here. I mean, this is about as verbose as I've seen. Okay, for in this information here about a company, an IPO. So did that AIO keep going, or did it finally have the big yeah? So no, there were no shorts available for me. So plunging back down to earth again. Boy, some of these moves, guys. So if you're in this one right here, if you got lucky and you took this one right here, and you're using the wave, okay, your warning is right there on that 5 minute. When the bottom of the bar, at least this is the way I look at it, when the bottom of the bar really is not even close to touching the top of the wave, getting very parabolic. Yes, it kept moving higher, but that's when I start taking some profit. You know, some of these just can be traded both ways. I mean, the Lumen was an awesome long, and then if you figure out even if you just waited for the 11 break, little sell flag there that we don't have real-time access to, but who knows? One day, you know what? It is a development meeting today at 2 o'clock. I'm going to ask. Even with a halt up, AI is an ugly. This is not an IPO though, is it? Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, IPO back here in well, not quite a year ago. Yeah, got all the way up to 55 and then collapsed. Like like terrible collapse underneath like underneath a dollar. Can you imagine being in this one? Saying, "Oh, it'll come back. It'll come back." Okay. Okay. Yay. It had a little pop. It's going to come back. Okay, guys, out of the PLGO, nothing really much on that one. I was hoping to get a break of 2350. Didn't really happen. So we'll move on. And this is what I mean, guys. So look at AEHL now. So it got all the way, and now it's halted on the way down. All right, guys. So it is now 1:30. So I may only have about 30 minutes left. So if you have questions, good time to ask. So I looked at this NIU. It kind of interesting. I mean, it's been on a nice run, but looking, and I was just over the whole number, but looking left, 1325 or so is the next high. So that prevents me from really considering it. No, my goodness. So yeah, well, who knows, William? Maybe it gets back up. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is a new IPO. I thought you were talking about the AIIO. You were not. You were talking about AIAI. I wonder what they do. Now, why do you say it's an ugly IPO? Where is this one? This is not an IPO. This is a NASDAQ. Okay, this is a NASDAQ direct listing. We do not intend to raise new capital. Okay. Okay. So an uplisting from where? Where are they out of? They're out of the States. So what was a pink sheet stock or something? Hmm. Okay, guys, AEHL resumed, just came out of its halt. This is an earnings play also, DOCS, DOCS, hanging right around the VWAP. Just don't know how dynamic. It's down 24%, sort of in the middle of the day's range. I've got this one thumbnailed and it just really hasn't moved too much, but maybe it's starting to make its move now. MobX. Okay. Another very choppy though. Would probably have to get over 350 to really get rolling again. I'm going to put a price alert around that area just to see if it gets up there. I always think that the 50-cent levels for stocks under $5 is kind of like the whole number for all stocks. But let's see if it can get through 350. If it does, because there's the high of the day, 424. Certainly room to run if it wants to. This has earnings coming up May 19th, next week. Well, this might be the end of walk. It did not really have a nice little pop and got up to 2, but it didn't have a real pop. There's the low of yesterday, 118 or so. So it may have run out of steam finally. All right, I hear, I have text to voice and my house resumed. So TDIC just opened. And where's that Poe? I'll bet you Poe is going to take a look at this. All right, here's one just over the whole number. ARMK, okay, ARMK, just over the whole number. Had earnings a few days ago, great reaction, held yesterday, and now above. Nice continuation off earnings, ARMK. They provide food, facilities, and uniform services. And it's a lifetime high for this company that supplies food, facilities, and uniform services. Pretty old company, 1959. Another one just over the whole number, AVNT. Take a look at this one. However, look left, and the next high is 35.29. Obviously too close. If it can get through that, 36, not bad, but not great. Like to see a lot more room. For instance, if the next high looking left had been, 37.20, I'd probably be a lot more interested in this one. I'm talking about the AVNT. Oh, I bailed on the PLGO too early. Yeah, no kidding. No, it's really starting to move. But I bailed on it, made just a pittance on it. I think, well, you were talking about freight transportation and all. Yeah. So look at night. Wow. So IYT was the top sector, as I remember. IYT. Yeah, IYT was the top sector. How about the change from the open? We can always do that too. So IYT, yes, yes. So even though silver is down, but it is rallied. It is rallied from its opening trade. Well, it's almost at its opening, so it has kind of come back. Well, sale, again, I should have taken this. I was on my break, I believe, at just over 13. I thought about it. It had a little bit of room on the monthly chart anyway. 1348 would have been about a 40-cent move if it got there. Oh man, look at MobX now. After spending almost the entire day in a fairly tight range. Well, that looks awful. But if you look at a 15-minute chart, had the pop and then all of a sudden the big drop. Roping people in, literally, thinking, okay, finally we're gonna get a breakout here. And then they just rug pull you. Well, volume coming into this one, guys. LG display, LPL. Is that a Korea? Big volume just came in also, and that's LPL. No idea what the float is. Amen is saying SLS, is that Stella or something? Yes, or Celis. Another one, another big run. Oh, kind of a double, almost a double from a few days ago. SLS. Not a low float, 185 million in the float, so not a low float. So this is some news that they had yesterday. NIR's pivotal trial readout as leukemia pipeline progresses. That's some of the news they had yesterday. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I will be back. I am, well, I had myself, I turned the mic off. For how long, I wonder? Thank you, Pepe. I was looking at maybe when William was talking about the CBRE, and I was looking at this tremendous move down. It's in the real estate sector, and yet, even though I know this is not a home builder at all, but it's in the real estate sector, but it's just getting trashed because XHB is a strong sector today. Yeah, maybe this will be the one, guys. LASL, it's an earnings play. When I say this is the one, maybe this will have a late day run. Holding the VWAP. Okay, it's near the 4 level. Did get up to 478. It's an earnings play, and yeah, maybe if it takes out 404, I'm going to put a price alert in that area, and maybe if it takes out 4, that might get me involved. I knew you would do that, Poe. I knew it. I knew you would take some of that TDIC. Okay, guys. Well, I'm getting set to leave unless there's some more questions. I'm getting set to leave. Obi's going to keep the room open, the main room open till 2:30. So I will keep my display up and running. Yeah, this has got some promise, I think. The LESL, if it gets over 4 and it gets some volume, see how the volume has dwindled down. Now, this is not usual. An alert from the AI at this time, a new one. Definitely not usual. Cub, Lionheart Holdings, okay? It's a blank check company, okay? So that's what it is. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do for the YouTubers, if you want, you can head over to the main room and that main trading room, okay? And if you still want to interact with other traders until 2:30 anyway. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit, trading room right here, okay? It's free. It is free. And remember, this room will be open tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi will do that. Thank you. And he's going to keep the room open to 2:30 today. So I'm not seeing any questions. I'm going to hang around my desk. Okay. If there is a question, I'll hop back on. But otherwise, I am going to take off. Okay, guys, I have to shut YouTube down now, so I'm going to end that stream.